Hello, hello, and welcome here to a lovely, lovely day of League of Legends action. Thank you so much for staying in with us and making sure to kind of follow through as we did have some technical issues throughout the entire day. We do appreciate your understanding for that one. Of course, now onto the main stream, we are going to be taking a look at a lovely matchup here in the Navigators division. It will be Firebirds versus Waldorf University, and that one should be a treat for the eyes. My name is Orbital. With me is Random Minion Caster, and we'll be your casters moving forward in this fantastic series. RMC, how you feeling?
Doing good. Glad that we're back onto our regularly scheduled programming here with this particular game in Navigator Cyan and Orbital, Waldorf, and Firebirds. We've seen Waldorf a couple of times on stream already here. Pretty strong, scrappy team, but they have had some struggles, currently sitting 3-2, fourth in the division, and they're running up against the top of the table here. Firebirds B from Carthage College here. They're 6-0, and not just 6-0, but their game score is 12-0. This team has not dropped a single game yet.
It's been phenomenal to see them, and it's crazy to think that this is a squad that we have not seen on stream too much. It's a squad that is coming out here, likes to be pretty fast-paced. Now, granted, some of those have been forfeits, but same for Waldorf. Both teams have had forfeits across the board, so it really should be a very fun matchup. I'm very, very excited to see what they can bring to the table, as, again, we're reaching the end of the season. If there's any time for Waldorf University to kind of buckle down and really play it out, it's right now. You have to prove yourself if you want to get into those playoffs in good standing.
So right away, we are into draft here, Orbital, and it will be the Firebirds B team on the blue side here, Waldorf on the red side. And one thing to note that's interesting about Firebirds here is that they do have a 7-man roster, which they like to fully rotate through there. So don't be surprised if we start seeing some different names between game 1 and game 2. And Waldorf on the other side here, a couple of changes. We're seeing Tracio in the jungle instead of the support role where we had previously seen him. And straight Shifty coming in that support role. Our Walton moving from the jungle to the top side. So some roster shuffles of their own there.
Those roster shuffles could be the make or break deal. Really keeping an eye on that one and kind of ensuring, hey, listen, okay, this is how it's going to play out. And if this roster shuffle works, actually, Firebirds could get themselves an even better positioning. As we can see, though, it is going to be very heavily laden into those ADCs on the side of Waldorf, not wanting to let either the Zeri or the Xayah come through. However, for the opposite, we are getting the picks come through. Now, keep in mind, the teams have already picked beforehand. So we're seeing them picked in order for the champions, or for the players, I should say. Taking a look, though, the Cho'Gath was P2 for Firebirds. Tom Kench was P3. Volibear was P1 on the side of the red. And, of course, the Fiddlesticks was P1. It was a blind pick, Fiddlesticks. And for the Nico, it was P3.
Yeah, Pygarian there, a little bit newer to League of Legends, so not a huge champion ocean just yet. The Fiddlesticks a bit of a comfort pick, and that's why we saw it secured that early. And so far, I'm just seeing kind of comfort picks across the board for both of these teams. And we talked about those roster shuffles, so it makes sense that the teams are going to pick what works best for them. J Fighter as well for Firebirds B, worth noting that she's also a little bit newer to the game as well here. So that Nico going to be a comfort pick, but it should handle the Veigar pretty decently here.
Veigar, well known as just kind of that scaling farmer, so any champion that has long range poke, they can deal right back, can put Waza on a little bit of a back foot. On the flip, though, taking a look at the bot lanes, the Aphelios and Seraphine will be coming out. Those are P4 and 5 for the side of Firebirds. For Joe Cool and Straight Shifty, the Kaisa was actually P2. That one will be very fun, as that might be an AP Kaisa. And then the Pyke, of course, in a P4 position, as the Veigar was the final pick. The counter pick to the Nico, Waldorf saying that the Veigar is going to be their linchpin kind of answer to the composition of Firebirds, whereas the Pyke is going to be coming out with some ferocity.
Okay, and this Pyke pickup, Orbital, is actually super interesting for Waldorf here, because they do have a Pyke player, and that Pyke player is actually Tracio. I don't know how good Straight Shifty's Pyke is. He doesn't play that much Pyke here, so while the pick is normal to the team, who's playing it is a little bit different. And when you pair it with a Kaisa here, this is a lane that wants to get early kills, that wants to be aggressive. So Straight Shifty, there is some pressure on him to be able to land those hooks there, to get the stuns off, and then at level 6, get those executions rolling. If they can't do that, Aphelios and Seraphine are very squishy. But if you can't, the problem is Seraphine's really good at sustain. So if you're not kind of all-inning this bot side of Firebirds early here, they will outscale, they will outpoke, and they will out-sustain you.
It's something that you really have to watch out for, and the entirety of the compositions are going to be really, really fun to watch. Of course, eyes on the Pyke. On the flip side, I'm curious to see how the Aphelios goes, as again, the ADC is rounded out towards the bottom side of the draft. It was not picked up right away, so really keep an eye in a meta where the ADCs are very, very important, where we do see the Zeri blind picked fairly often. I'm very, very curious to see if these bot lanes will be the main keys, or that Tom Kench, even in the top side, the one that we haven't talked about too much, might be another option for Waldorf. Really, a lot of questions come through, so we'll see if they're answered. As of course, we will go to a very quick break to ensure a quality broadcast. We have had a few technical difficulties throughout earlier, and we want to ensure that no more do crop up, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 1 between the Firebirds and Waldorf University. And welcome back, everyone, as we get underway for this series. It is going to be a fantastic time, hopefully for one team or the other, but hopefully everyone gets a grand old show. As we do get a zoom out of the lovely Summoner's Rift, we get to see the entirety of what is going to be brought to the table. So let's go ahead and run down the champions that'll be driving this Rift so far. For the Carthage Firebirds on the blue side, it will be Clyde in the top lane on that Cho'Gath, Hygarian on that Fiddlesticks in the jungle, J Fighter in the mid lane with that Nico, Firo on that Aphelios in the ADC role, and of course Puck on the Seraphine as a support.
And on the red side here, it is going to be Waldorf Esports here with our Walton 46 in that top lane there, Tracio in the jungle, Waza in the mid lane, Joe Cool 3 million as their AD carry, potentially AP carry with that Kaisa, and Straight Shifty as their support.
So many great opportunities, and we touched on the fact that these compositions, the champions coming out here, are quite interesting. And for the side of Waldorf, we were taking a look inside of that kind of delay, waiting for the teams to kind of get jostled in position. That Waldorf might have a little bit more difficult time up against the Firebirds, just on the sole fact of what Waldorf's composition wants to do overall.
Yeah, so I think Waldorf has a lot of sort of comfort picks, as we kind of mentioned there. Tom Kench, not something we see too much in the top lane anymore because of the way his shield got nerfed, and it's better when he's with friends or with allies there, and when he's on his own, it's not quite as useful. Volibear, great ganking jungler, but Vigar is somebody who wants to stay back and, you know, trade on rotation, whereas Kai'Sa is a champion who wants to either go all in or poke, depending on whether you go AD or AP. Pyke likewise wants to go in. So a bit split for Waldorf here. And my concern is all these champions that want to go in, because the Firebirds have a great wombo combo team fight where the engage is a little bit dicey, but if you engage into them, it's so good.
And that was an early flash being blown. Straight Shifty and Joe Cool forcing Pog to stay back, and that is exactly what you want to do for a team that we really want to kind of watch in that early stage. In the top side, our Walton hits level 2 first, and Clyde has continuously been poked out of this lane, sitting only on 2 CS.
Yeah, really good hooks landing from Straight Shifty here. I mean, we already said that this bot lane is going to be largely determined by whether Straight Shifty can land those hooks, and if he can, there's going to be a lot of pressure, there's going to be a lot of kills. And we had said that Tracio is the big pipe player, but I'm glad to see Straight Shifty right now looking good with those hooks so far. Now, Orbital, junglers going opposite sides of the map, so they might not meet early. And Volibear, very strong early ganker. Fiddlestick's a little bit interesting because his ganks aren't that strong, but he does bring a lot of CC to the table. And when the bot lanes are so squishy and poppable here, those ganks from Fiddlesticks can be very impactful.
What also is pretty impactful is the fact that Jay Fighter almost gets zoned out. That's going to be a flash immediately into the slap, and Waldorf go ahead and pick up first blood. That was Jay Fighter unfortunately walking into the to the event horizon, stunning themselves, and that's not what you want to have happen.
Definitely not. I mean, the flashes that came out too, for a second I was wondering if Jay Fighter could get away. She dropped the clone as well, but unfortunately Waldorf didn't take the bait. They knew exactly where to go, and they hunted her down, got the kill. And bot side, unfortunately, Pygarian, that ward spotted them out, and Pygarian's not going to be able to make any action happen bot side in answer.
Well, Tracio wants to make something happen on the top side. Clyde does have flash, but you can't flash out of that knockup. It is going to be R. Walton getting the slow down. That's going to be an Ignite use. Are they going to chase? Yes, they are. I mean, Tracio just makes it look easy.
Clyde kind of giving up towards the end there, just stood there and took the last bear slap to the face. And Waldorf are off to a great start here. Orbital, 2 kills, both off of Tracio, moving around. You know, when I had spoken to the Firebirds, they did mention that the player they were going to keep their eyes on was Tracio, and I wonder if maybe they thought Tracio was going support, weren't expecting the swap into the jungle here, because Tracio with this Volibear right now is running the map.
Just in control and making sure that this early game goes completely in their favor, and I think it's going to continue, right? For Waldorf, a composition that is very, I want to say, one-dimensional in their attack pattern, you do need the early game, right? You need to lock down how Firebirds are going to react and ensure that they only have one real exit strategy. So far, it is being done, punishing the top side, a lane that R. Walton has honestly been in control of the entire time, with the 26 CS to the 17. That will only continue to expand as we do see the Bomby Cinder coming out for Walton. That Tom Kench is going to get fearsome very quickly.
Yeah, and R. Walton here just probably going to perma-push that lane as much as possible, trying to get pressure for Tracer to do whatever they want. And the scary part is, when Volibear hits 6, he can start diving those turrets with that Thunderlord's Fury there. It will disable the turret, so being pushed up, no problem, as long as you get the poke down. But for the Firebirds here, not all hope is lost. The big carry lane for them has traditionally been this bot lane duo of Furo and Hawk here. So as long as Furo's farming up, and he certainly is right now, hasn't fallen behind whatsoever here, they can still mount a comeback in the mid game.
That's really what we're going to be looking for. Mid game, can they get there in good standing? So far, they are down about 1.5k. R. Walton jumping into the backside and immediately going on the aggressive here. Nice little knockup though. Clyde trying to keep him at a decent range, melee versus melee, and unfortunately the frog wins out. Pygarian now spotting out Tracio, who was looking for that dragon, is actually still going to look for it, even though it's been spotted out, and even though bot lane is not in their favor. It's going to be a challenge between the two junglers. Who gets the smite down? who gets the favorite here. They're still jostling. This is a 1K dragon. They're still going to fight it out. It's going to zap down, and that will be Tracio taking it. So even though Pac and Furo had the opportunity to rotate up, they opted to stay in that jungle, or in that lane, and now we're going to see a gank come out here. One in the world is happening bot side. Pac is going to have to flash away. Straight Shitty might go down. There's going to be an object, but the heal comes out. Furo is going to live. Pygearian on the other side might fall. One more slap could do it. However, Tracio is going to get run out by Furo and Pac. No one dies with the electric. Yes, it does. Tracio with the long-range sniper of a bolt takes the life of the Fiddlesticks.
The Sky Splitter there, really well played from Tracio, and that whole bot series of events here, Orbital, a lot of questions, starting with the Dragon, but we'll have to put those questions on hold as Clyde, can he get out? He's been ignited.
Clyde is going to be able to walk away. Walton cannot land that lick, and so Clyde is going to be able to walk away. If that had landed, I'm pretty sure a knockup would have followed. That would have been Clyde actually falling. But overall, as you said, Waldorf on the bot side are coming alive, and now at level 6, the Thunder Lord is coming down. The Stormbringer ready to go. You're going to call it in, are going to ult in, and easy kills. The dive is done. No one really takes damage. That's an easy 2 kills.
Tracio looking nigh unstoppable. Mid lane as well. Great flash from Waza.
And just like that, that's all you need. The Primordial Burst chunking out more than 40% of the HP, and Joe Cool does fall to the tower, but you know what? You'll take it. It's okay. It's an execute.
Over at this point, I'm a little bit worried about how the game's going for Carthage here. The Firebirds, I mean, we said that they can come back in the mid game. They're strong, you know. They like to play through that bot side, but right now, Furo and Pac cannot safely stay under turret, and that is with Tracio alone looking for those dives. Every time that ult comes back up, they can look for the same. It gets worse once straight Shifty hits level 6 as well. Then the execute from Pyke becomes available, and suddenly this squishy bot lane very, very vulnerable. And that's without talking about Waza either. Waza found a solo kill onto J Fighter. Everything else has been facilitated by Tracio, but if Waza can start winning, that's a problem.
Walton, I'm not sure if you like what's going on here. That's going to be a knockup with no flash. It's the rundown Clyde. This Shogoth in the top side might be having a bit of fun after losing their life in the early stages. Big minion wave, though. Tracio wants to get the fight on, and no mana means Clyde should be easily run down. Look at the damage coming out here. Tracio is then going to pick up a massive freaking wave as a Volibear is now 4-0-2.
You know what? Tracio deserves it, man. That's not just a lane tax or a gank tax anymore. Like, that's what Tracio deserves. 4-0-2, 6 out of 7 kills coming from this jungler who, I'd like to remind you, Tracio is not a jungle main. Tracio was originally the support for the team, had to convert to fill what the roster needed here, and it's looking so good. Sure, Clyde can now start to begin trying to 1v1 our Walton, but I think our Walton kind of underestimated damage as well.
A little bit of a fight going out. Moonlight Vigil is a snipe, and straight Shifty is going to get shifted into the gray screen. Mid lane, though, we do see the shutdown. J Fighter is able to earn herself a kill. Very, very well fought, as Waza is going to go back as well.
Okay, Orbital, are we seeing the Firebirds resurrect here, making a bit of a comeback? Because those are solo kills they're getting. It's not Pygearian forcing ganks, and you love to see the lane start to fire back a little bit. It's buying them a little bit of breathing room. Problem is, they're still down 2,000 gold, and that was because Tracio was partially busy taking that Herald. They did pick up the objective. The question now is, can Firebirds maintain this sort of comeback, this revival we're seeing here, or is Tracio just going to shut them right back down?
Shutdown's giving a little extra gold. Clyde is going to get a knockup under tower, though, and that's going to chunk Walton down to about 50%. Walton now has to be a little bit worried about that. Clyde with a singular kill, and now the Bomby Center on the back end is now matching pace in the itemization scaling in that top side. Yeah,
actually, almost a little bit ahead. It's kind of weird because you've got Merc Treads on the side of Walton here, whereas Clyde's picked up the extra cloth armor, so a little bit split in terms of defensiveness.
I want to say that's also only 50 gold comparatively between the two, right? Like, that's in terms of just clear money bypass, right?
I think it's about the same because boots. No, you're right. It's, I think 150 to finish the Merc Treads upgrade there. But yeah, it's pretty close in terms of what we're seeing with the items for the most part. And for Clyde, we've already seen that Clyde can win some of these fights. He's actually a level up as well. So our Walton has to be careful when you're just kind of strutting your stuff into the enemy jungle there. You might not win that particular 1v1. And the other thing I'm curious about for these top laners is the way the teleports are going to work, right? We're at 11:20 already. In about 3 minutes, just shy of that, the Unleashed teleports come online as well. And I want to kind of see them start moving out of their lanes at that point, because two fat tanks going at each other isn't very interesting.
Oh, well, we're going to get a fight straight in the middle as Pygarian is going to try and ult in, but immediately gets punished by the Pyke, and it's going to go the way of Waldorf. Waldorf now watching as the Killer Instinct goes in. Thunderlord is brought down. Stormbringer says, hey, Puck, you're dead. Same as you, as even that ulti is not going to save you. Death Run below gets Shifty too. Just like that, it's a triple kill coming out as Waldorf not only collected 3 kills, but collected extra 900 gold to boot.
Yeah, 3 kills there, Orbital, and the gold being spread. We talked about the fact that when this Pyke comes online, when it hits level 6, things get a lot dicier. And unfortunately for Firo, the big carry for Carthage Firebirds here, he's just not able to survive that. And not speaking of not being able to survive, my goodness, Wazza right now. This mid lane, they're just firing back and forth. It feels like whoever gets their ult off first has a better shot at winning that trade.
This is getting out of control right now. Waldorf saying, listen, we know you're undefeated, but that doesn't matter. We're going to hand you your first loss. We want to be the team to do it heading into those playoffs. And they're very close to doing it. This is a very convincing game right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's an 8-kill lead here, Orbital, but it's kind of been that way for most of the game. Recall that the game started with Tracio basically ganking every lane, getting, was it 6-1 ahead already, and the gold lead has been big. It's been growing. It is almost, what is that, 7,500 gold lead in favor of Waldorf, but they've only gotten 1 turret so far, and it was off the back of that Herald that they took. So Waldorf, not only do they need to keep getting the kills, but they do also need to start focusing on the objectives a little bit, specifically turrets, because turrets, structures, are what wins you this game.
It was about what you can get out of those kills. Kills first, or objectives first and then kills, but at the current standing, it seems to be doing quite well. The gold lead has now ballooned out even further. We're now looking at, I want to say, about an 8K lead for Waldorf. It's been extremely well coordinated, and that comes off of not just the kills, but the bot lane tower going down, 2 plates on both the top and mid. So much extra gold into their pocket that they've also been able to buy up with. Remember, even if you get the gold, if you don't spend it, it's just sitting there, right? So for Waldorf being able to go back, purchase up, and then go back out to push even more means that this gold lead is now on the map even faster.
Yeah, and since you're mentioning items here, Orbital, it's worth noting that Waldorf have picked up 2 mythics, but so have the Firebirds here. Oh, wow. Wow. And there was another kill topside too. Pygarian went down, unfortunately, walking to the face of 3. I was going to bring up the point that Firebirds actually aren't behind in items in terms of power spike, but that's not true anymore.
What is this aggression coming out here? This is... Are we sure this is Navigators? This is by far one of the most aggressive and well-coordinated teams we've seen in quite some time, RMC.
Well, it is Navigators, and they're navigating their way around the map right now. I love what Waldorf is doing. It started with just Tracio ganking everybody. Now Straight Shifty, has that ultimate unlocked. They're bringing a buddy, and the dives are so much easier. You saw how quickly Clyde went down, and Clyde right now is the tankiest member of Firebirds. If he's getting dove that easily there, no one is safe. The resets can keep popping you, and these turrets mean nothing in the face of Tracio.
Oh no, Jade Fighter. Jade Fighter, you gotta run. That's another ulti being used. Wasa says cool. 5 kills right now, and our Walton gets a kill on the bot side in a 1v2. It's all out, just decimation. The Firebirds have been extinguished so far here in the first 15.5 minutes. This team that we said can scale up. This team that said, hey, if we make it into the mid to late game in good standing, we'll be okay. They're getting shut down at every single corridor. And Clyde, yeah, you have about 2.5k HP. Tracio's about to slap you down into nothingness. This bear says, I don't care. Look at that chunk. The Divine Sunder is doing so much work. Yeah, flash all you want. The Ignite's going to come down. You're still getting slapped. The Cho'Gath can do nothing.
My goodness, Tracio with the Divine Sunder right now is just melting right through that tank and Orbital. Yeah, okay, we said Firebirds, if they can get to mid-game, maybe they have a chance. That's when they pop off. We're past the mid game for them. Like by the time they hit mid game, Waldorf are end game at this point, and Waldorf have just taken over. It feels like Waldorf need to make a misstep, and they simply aren't doing that. The way they've been rotating, moving together, so good. And look at this vision control they have as well, Orbital. They want that dragon. They have it fully warded up. Anywhere where the Firebirds want to walk in, they'll see them coming. And while the Firebirds have put up a good defensive line with their control wards here, it will let them walk in their jungle. It's not going to let them get anywhere near the dragon.
This is also going to be the third dragon as well. The ocean dragons, we haven't talked about it. This is going to mean that anything Firebirds tries to throw is not going to work in their favor too much. They're just going to heal through it. And that's one of the worst things. Firo. Good flash away. Really, really nice flash. You got the kill. All right, good. You lost the dragon. You got a kill. That's fine. You get the shutdown in straight 50. You'll take it.
Yeah, you will. I mean, first of all, like you mentioned, the shutdown. Second of all, you couldn't reach dragon anyways. If you can find a kill, you take those. Now, it is Soul Point, though, that just got picked up. And you mentioned that ocean dragon here. The dragon gives you some regeneration. Not that big a deal. Tracio running into 4. Waza's baiting, though. Oh, they didn't walk. Yeah, Waz was just waiting for them to walk in, and you would have been able to one-shot anybody, except for maybe Clyde there. But, so, I want to talk about Ocean Soul for a second, because look at how tanky Tracio and Walton are. Tracio doesn't even care about the Crow Storm.
Zero.
He almost killed him.
Stormbringer is used even, and Pygearian is actually the one that left in much dire standings. This is, Waldorf. They just don't care. They just do not care.
Yeah, it's not just that Pygearian got pushed out. It was that 4 of them were going together. And Tracio comes out almost having killed Pygearian. Pygearian has to burn flash. If Tracio really wanted to kill, he could have flashed in. And I honestly think he probably would have gone out the other end. Even with the other 3 members just pounding away. Kraken Slayer for Firo right now is the only real damage source they have. And into Tracio. Tracio's already got Divine Thunder, the Force of Nature completed. He doesn't have armor yet, but the moment he picks up armor, good luck, Firo. Have fun.
Firo's gonna go, why am I not doing anything, right? Like, this hurts, this sucks, and Pygearian is now just kind of on ward duty, right? Trying to use those fiddle effigies to get some extra information. At this point, Tracio is living in the enemy jungle, and you have to be aware of that. I love it. Yeah, this is... So, by the way, the blue buff was taken, and they know Tracio's in the jungle because there was a ward. That's why Tracio's just dancing. Like, Tracio does not care. There are 0 cares to be given by this bear.
Yeah, and for the side of Waldorf here, they're also slowing it down a little bit because now they're pushing out. They've taken the mid lane outer turret. They're looking at inners right now. They don't want to overextend. They do have Herald, though, and I would like to see them use that Herald to try and break one of the lanes here for now. Tracio split, pushing no answer whatsoever.
They are going to go ahead and keep their cover. Top tower is going to fall now as we are hitting that 19.5-minute mark. We are starting to reach towards that Baron, so as much damage as they can get down, the better chance at an early Baron they will have. Herald is going to be cleaned up pretty quickly. You only get 1 tower, and that's more than enough than they would like. 1-3-1 is currently prepped as the other inner towers might fall as well. Shifty is able to draw back J Fighter. J Fighter is just gone. Absolutely annihilated. Same as Firo as the Common Primordial Burst end their life. Pygearian is going to fall as well. That's going to be 3 in the mid lane. Tracio says, cool. I will take that one. And Waldorf steal away every single objective on the map.
Yeah, they're taking all the inner turrets in one fell swoop here. Orbital from top, mid, bottom. Great rotations. And Firebirds, they do manage to find some kills, but that was ultimately a 1 for 3. Only Shifty going down, and honestly, Shifty didn't need to go down either. He chose to dive to secure that kill there. Didn't even get the ult off, but next time they do that, they don't have to. Tracio can disable turrets. We've seen Waza just one-shot individuals now. And Joe cooldown in this bot side. We've not seen the Kai'Sa join in too much, but those Void Seekers are coming out. And with the Nashor's Tooth, when that Manamune fully stacks here, if we see it fully stack this game, those snipes are really going to hurt onto the back line of the Firebirds.
Firebirds have got to find a way to rise from the ashes here. And sometimes rising from the ashes just, all right, give up this game, go to game 2, figure out what to do next. there are still opportunities though, as you were saying. You know, if for some reason Waldorf give up these massive bounties, if they give up multiple kills back to back, if they're able to find some of these opportunities, yes, they have an opportunity to kind of come back and maybe scale out. It's difficult. It's like 1% or less than 1% at this point. And as I'm saying that the Baron's taken, I take it back. There's like a 0.05% chance now. This is immensely difficult.
But what you're saying, Orbital, is there's a non-zero chance.
Yes. In any game, there's always a non-zero chance. Let's just put it that way.
I don't know, man. I think Waldorf is going to be able to close this out clean. I do think the Baron might have been their last big shot to try and find a team fight win here. I think fighting at Baron oftentimes is more beneficial even than fighting under your own turret. Because for one, Tracio can disable a turret. He can't disable Baron. So unfortunately, no vision whatsoever. Everything's dark. They didn't try and contest that. And now Waldorf, they just need to group up and push in. They're actually going for the soul here. And if Firebirds fight for soul when they didn't fight for Baron, this could be the last fight of the game.
Very well could be. Shifty eating a little bit of damage. And that was actually 3 or 4 abilities. It's just he just kind of walked out of there. So that's the scary part. Dragon is now falling very, very quickly. No vision in there. Yes, the turret is popped up, but are you going to try and send it? Oh, our Walton disrupts everyone and might sacrifice to keep everyone alive, but the Stormbringer over the wall means that the sacrifice was not in vain. Shifty falls as well, and Tracio says, I want to keep fighting. Waza is there, and Tracio is still alive. Tracio tanked 5 members on their own. That is the power of the Ocean Soul. You tank 5 and you gain 4 kills. Are you freaking kidding me?
It's not just the power of soul, it's the power of 6, 0, and 11 as well. And how rich, how powerful Tracio is. Level 15, you compare that to Firo. Level 11, I believe the solo laners of Firebirds are level 14 here, or level 13. So just not enough damage. And with the Baron buff, with the Ocean Soul, they're pushing in. Firo trying to buy some time. Hygarian's back up, and Crowstorm wasn't used, so it's still available for this hold.
It's not stopping. It's going to continue. Even though the members are coming up, it still feels like they can easily do this. In comes the knockup in the back line. They're going to try and pinch it off, and that immediately leaves J-Fighter, unfortunately, alone. Waza is going to go into the golden stance, but immediately come right back out as Tracio is just cleaning up house. Yes, you killed the Vigar, but you lost the base as Waldorf University will take game number 1.
Bro, do we call this an upset? Because Firebirds B have not dropped a single game up till now. And while we knew Waldorf is good, I didn't expect them to be this good. Tracio, 7-0 and 13, was denied legendary. Got to godlike, and then R. Walton stole the last kill, so he couldn't go legendary there. But my goodness, they're amazing. And for Firebirds B, big questions being posed to them this series here. Do we change up the bans? Do we let that Nautilus through? Do we let that Corki through to ban this Volibear? I think you might need to. And let's not forget, Firebirds like to swap up their roster, so there's a pretty good chance as well that they're going to make some changes in their personnel going to game 2, which might affect victim bans as well.
So many different options, so little time to kind of correct those issues. We'll see if they can pull it off, or if Waldorf will go ahead and roll to a 2-0 on the undefeated squad. Minor upset here. Major one down the road, possibly, unless Firebirds are able to figure out a way to flap their wings and soar through the skies. Don't go anywhere. The NECC will be right back in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 between Carthage Firebirds and Waldorf University. Game 1 did not go as we expected at all. I will say that from top to bottom of my heart. Waldorf absolutely surprised me. Phenomenally well played. However, going into game 2, Carthage have not only swapped up their champions, but have swapped up their players as well.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, we know they have a 7-man roster. They do like to run, so it was expected that they were coming in. What's a little bit surprising is which players have come in and replaced whom and where they're going. So we have Pawsey Guy coming to the top lane, kind of replacing Clyde, who has moved down to the AD carry position, kind of replacing Fira, who's gone to the jungle position, who has completely replaced Pygarian. And in the mid lane as well, J-Fighter is out. Happy Samoyed is in here, and so big changes. Both Happy Samoyed as well as Pawsey Guy here are a big part of the team. Pawsey Guy, the rock for this team when they start losing. So I guess after last game, they want to make sure that they have a higher floor here to protect themselves. And Happy Samoyed, big carry as well. A bit more experienced than J-Fighter as well. So I'd like to see the pick come through. And another important thing about Happy Samoyed, big Vigar player. So you can steal that one away.
Oh boy. And
Yep.
Okay. So again, giving you some background info, the teams go into Pro Draft beforehand to ensure everyone gets the picks as they want. The Ornn came out as P4 for Firebirds. That is at the last pick phase for Blue side. Teemo came out as a counter pick after seeing the Kindred as well, and it's just RMC. Why are we seeing this?
I don't know, overall. But why were we put on Earth to suffer? Teemo was the last pick for the side of Waldorf here. So it's what you pick to counter things. In this case, you're not really picking it to counter the Ornn so much. There are lots of picks that can do that. Teemo does fine into Ornn. You just have to sort of dodge the knock-up, and you're good to go. You can blind so that Ornn can't actually proc the Brittle, and you should be able to win the lane that way. But it's that blind that makes this Teemo pick here actually kind of good, as much as it pains me to say that, because Firo is taking Kindred into the jungle, and Firo is an AD carry. Clyde is going to pick another AD carry as well, so the blind's going to be extremely effective to stop that damage coming through. And with the Teemo buff that came in, I believe, beginning of patch, when Season 12 started, or at the end of Season 11 there, the blind cooldown got shorter, so you can actually blind both AD carries in the course of a fight.
I think there was a video, I think by Vanderil, I believe, that showed a Teemo at max ability haste, or, one of the higher, I think it was like 50 or 60 ability haste in there. You could actually permablind someone. If you did it right, you could permablind someone and kill them. Of course, you don't have that much ability power in there. But it's a very real threat, and in a double ADC scenario, if all Walton is able to pull this off, considering how Walton played in game number 1 with that Tahm Kench, these odd sort of cheese picks could absolutely be the key to ruining Firebirds, and I can't wait to see it. Of course, Tracio back on that Volibear was very, very influential in game number 1, and if you take down Fiora early, this Kindred player that is being brought in game 2, and you continue playing at the pace that you did in game number 1, we could absolutely see Waldorf run away with this series.
Yeah, and I'm honestly a bit surprised, actually, that the Volibear didn't get banned here, especially when you have a Nautilus ban on that list. Honestly, is the Nautilus scarier than the Pike? Because it feels like the Pike is going to make faster sashimi out of Nami here than Nautilus ever could. And on top of that, the Volibear Pike was a huge part of the problems Firebirds ran into in their game 1 here, especially in the early game. If that core remains intact, I expect to see Waldorf continue to run that strong early game. Now, there is a big change up for the side of Firebirds, not just in their roster, but their picks as well. We touched on the fact that they're denying the Vigar away by picking themselves, but Kindred for Firo might be the answer to this Pike here. If you use that Salam's Respite, you can stop that death from below, that ultimate from Pike from actually executing, and if you don't get the execute, you don't get the reset, and Pike's strength does diminish significantly.
Well, and going on that path, we said the same thing about game number 1. Firebirds drafted a fairly nice mid to late game composition. It was a wombo combo of styles, and we said if Firebirds were able to make it out at early game, well, they would have won. However, Waldorf completely shut that down. Game 2, it feels like a lot of the same, right? A lot of this early game pressure. So let's talk about it, right? How are Firebirds going to survive this early game? We know for a fact that mid to late game, they should be okay. How do they get there? What do they do to make sure that Waldorf University do not collapse on them, absolutely decimate their lanes once again?
Well, I think a lot of it for them overall is going to start in the jungle here. Whether or not Firo can hold up, because unfortunately for Pygarian last game, Pygarian kind of got outpaced very early, and the Volbear was just ganking everyone. Pygarian couldn't quite match up. Now, Kindred isn't strong with the early ganks either, so you do have to be careful about that. But if you can track where Tracio is at all times and kind of tell your lanes, hey, be careful, watch out, gank incoming. If you stop those kills from coming through, Firebirds have effectively won the early game. Getting out at a decent level, not too far behind, is a win for them. They've got the Vigar that's going to scale infinitely. Kindred stacks technically scale infinitely, mostly on your range, of course, once you're past that 3 mark stack. And of course, you've got a double AD carry composition with Ornn to give you those masterworks. So a lot of scaling on the side of Firebirds there. They just need to get there. And it's just about surviving the early game, not getting ganked too hard.
And we know what happens if they do even drop a single lane, right? We saw how Tracio immediately pounced on that bottom lane. That bottom lane fight, by the way, was one of the most ridiculous I think I'd ever seen. It was both junglers going over the dragon, and both the bot lanes just like, yeah, we don't really care. Good luck. You know, have fun over there, Fiddlesticks and Volibear. At this point, though, I don't think you can do that again. I want to see the team also rotate to help Firo. If you know that Firo is going to be a huge linchpin, you have to help this Kindred out, and that all starts from selecting which lanes you want to go to for Firo. If you are being proactive, if you do have the opportunity to be proactive, which lane do you choose? Which area are you going to try and put most of your focus?
I think for Firo here, it's a question of which lane do you think is going to do decently in the early game, which you can actually play towards. And if I'm Firo, I'm kind of scared of the top lane right now. We touched on the fact that the blind's really going to potentially mess you up here. I think you start top side because that's the worrying side a little bit. Try and clear as quick as you can. Get down to that bot side where the Nami, the Sivir, can reinforce you a little bit here. And more importantly, level 1, ward. Get vision down. Try and track where Tracio's likely to go there, because it's not just about keeping your jungler alive. It's keeping all your lanes alive. And so tracking a jungler is a team-wide effort here. It's not just on one player. Everybody needs to contribute wards, contribute that information whenever you see any trace of the enemy jungler.
Things to look forward to and things to think by as well. For the side of Waldorf, it's going to be on them as well. Yes, you were able to get your Volibear, you were able to get your Pyke, but these are drastically different players in as well. Shifting out both a jungle and a mid and a top lane. There's so much being changed here. You cannot go into it saying, hey, we're going to have the exact same time that we had last time, right? These are brand new players in brand new roles and brand new scenarios that you have to be aware of. You have to reset the whole mindset that game 1 basically meant nothing. Yes, you have the series victory, or the game victory in game 1. It's a brand new team. The whole team's going to come in with a drastically different play style and their own tempo. Where do you think they're going to have to look forward to as Waldorf go ahead and enter onto the scene? Where do they have to be most worried? Which lane do you think is going to be the most scary in terms of changing from game 1 to game 2?
Well, I think for Firebirds here, the changes are also mental and experience-wise. The fact that Pygarian and J-Fighter there were actually the lesser experienced members of this team. I think they did a great job considering the situation that they were in game 1, but now they're putting in more level heads because they want to make sure they're able to sustain this. So for the Firebirds here, they're just trying to stable scale. Whereas Waldorf, on the other hand, when you look at it, everybody's changed except for Paul, the support here. That's the only lane that hasn't changed. And so I kind of want to see Waldorf say, let's start in the lane that we know. Let's start throwing some ganks to that bot side here, where we know maybe Pog's habits. We know that Pog doesn't maybe ward as strongly, and she does overextend at times. We can punish that. Unfortunately, doesn't look like that's the case. Tracio starting bot side here means first gank, unless he's going to cheese a level 2, is probably going to be in that top lane. And if you're going to do that, I want to see our Walton get that poke down early on the Zorn.
We're hoping to see it early on, and of course, with the Teemo in the top side, I don't know what's going on there. Walton also chose to go the Ignite, so it's gonna be fair. RMC, I can't.
I like the Ignite though.
I like listen. Ignite. We like it. We don't want to say that we like it. Okay, we understand it's there. It's the begrudging answer of yes, we understand that it's a real thing. We get it. It's something to really watch for. Waza in the mid lane as well, opting to go for the Gatling gun early, which I think is surprising. Gatling gun, the reason I say that is it's usually used, I think, in melee matchups. Doing that against a Vigar who is going to run away from you fairly easily means that you aren't going to get as much value out of that ability early on.
Yeah, we often do see the Foster's Bomb being picked up instead, just for the ranged poke to come through. It's a lot safer. But against a Vigar, I mean, if you're very confident that you can dodge those early Qs there, Gatling Gun actually probably does a little bit more damage early. Either way, though, Waza's not looking to try and take over this lane early. You're a Corki, you skill up, and the whole point of this Corki pick right here is you outrange the Vigar with your Missile Barrage. So no need to get too feisty here. Just play it safe. Hero, I like this early gank. Our Walton a little bit late to respond.
A little bit late, but still very, very fast out of this brush. And it's going to be the knockup missed. Firo should not be able to get too much. That's going to be...
No.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's happening. No. Walton said R for rip as Firo goes down to give first one over.
Well, folks, if you didn't understand why we hate Teemo before, maybe now you get an idea. And it only gets worse from here. Not only is there the toxic blind, not only is there the poison level 6 when the shrooms start coming in. This is why I said I don't mind the ignite for our Walton here, because you just set up the mushroom farm topside and you're ungankable. You win the 1v1 if Firo shows up. You probably still win the 1v2 like we saw there. And topside, this lane might very well be over. Pawsey is going to struggle to farm against the poison, the poke that Teemo's putting down. Our Walton, oh, you walked into this.
You did. However, there's Tracio coming around the corner, wants to say a little bit of a hello. You went a bit too aggressive, and now the level 3 is not what you want it to be. So, you do get a little bit of revenge back. However, Tracio, what are you going to do? You got a happy Samoyed coming in here. The very, very big doggy is now a very, very little Yordle. And over the wall, Waza goes. I'm not sure if you want to keep chancing this. That is going to be the boss cone used as a... Waza goes, oh, well, now I kind of lost out on everything.
Yeah, doesn't even really get the mid lane experience. I like the attempt there, and Waza was perfectly safe. Happy Samoyed is way too low, and unfortunately there's cooldowns, right? The spell rotation was burnt onto Tracio. But importantly for the Firebirds here, they did manage to kill our Walton. So Pawsey guy gets to farm and get some levels topside, and now Waza has cleansed, didn't use it.
Used it a little bit late, but still in time.
Safe.
And I can agree with that, right? Firo coming around the corner was really the linchpin to that. Happy Samoyed doesn't have the damage or the mana to really do a whole lot of damage early on.
Yeah, and I like what the Firebirds are doing here. We said that you need to survive the early game. The wards this time are much, much better. They've tracked Tracio, and Tracio hasn't managed to really get any ganks off. As I say that, he's trying to brute force this one here, but he's kind of getting kited.
He's gonna get kited pretty well, and Tracio's just down. Firo goes, hey, you know what? I gave first blood on the top side. I'm gonna make it up. I'm 2-1-0 right now. Waza's gonna get chunked out.
Flash.
Huge damage going through, and Wolf might be able to take it home. One more auto attack takes it. Firo, are you going to die? No, you live with 5 HP. Firo and Lamb, just a ridiculous pacing on that Kindred.
I actually thought Waza got out alive because Firo had no flash there, but the red buff slow was just barely enough to let Firo land that last auto. And for all that our Walton might be dominating this top side, that's not the case elsewhere right now. Yes, there are CS leads for Waza, for Tracio, for Joe Cool, but it's really scary to me that Firo right now has all 3 kills on the side of Carthage Firebirds. We've said it before, Firo is the big carry of this team, so anytime he gets ahead, that's worrying.
And if you get ahead as a Kindred as well, not only are you getting ahead in gold, but you're getting ahead in marks, right? And I don't know how many marks are currently on the Kindred right now. I would assume at least 2 or 3. I think the change in the scuttle was already grabbed. We'll have to keep track again. It depends on where the next mark spawns, and we can get a good idea where Firo has been. However, guess who's coming up once again? Another revenge tick here. Nice little knock-up. It is going to be our Walton having to dance away. The Ignite went down, but you're ready to use a blind. That's just the kill. Firo able to secure their 4th kill of the game.
Good gank coming through there. Pawsey guy, though, going to eat another shroom, is kind of low on health. And Tracio, Firo doesn't know.
I'm not sure if you're actually strong enough, and you're actually going to get the slap down. Tracio is going to go in, going to get the zap down and the shutdown. Tracio. All right. We like to see it. This bear that we saw last time go unkillable in game 1 is now getting the shutdown on the enemy jungler.
Yeah, Tracio on the board here. This is where things start to get dicey, and our Walton still dominating at the top side, despite that death, almost double Pawsey guy's CSs. But Orbital bot side. We haven't looked at the bot lane for a while, and I think it's to the credit of Pok and Clyde that they have not died yet. Think back to that game one, straight shifty landing a lot of those really, really good hooks to get the burst down to threaten kills. And this time, Pok and Clyde are full health. They've not been hooked at all, and I'm gonna guess that's either really good fancy feet from both of them, or Clyde has been soaking them with those spell shields. Either way, it's effective.
It's the best way to do it. However, we do see that pull going through.
Oh,
Spell
great
shield
block.
goes through, and now the flash out. Clyde is able to draw the exhaust on both ends. Clyde, though, still eats a lot of that damage as Firo on the other side is watching Tracio get very, very low.
Oh,
This is
no.
level 6. Vigar is going to be
Samoyed is
real
6.
happy about this, and yeah, that's just a kill. Happy Samoyed, though, is unfortunately going to pay the price. Bot side, we see a trade 1-for-1, and the trade goes in favor of Joe Cool as the ADC picks up the kill for Waldorf. And the support picks it up for Firebirds. Joe Cool is not going to have to run away. Puck is going to try and get the slowed down. No summoners are
dodge the
available. It's
bubble.
going to be a jump onto the tower. Great speed up away from that bubble. Firo, though, says, hey, I still want to fight. I'm only level 5, but that's plenty to get the chunk out.
Oh.
Electrocute is going to be proc from Puck. And the Q almost lands with Joe Cool. You don't really have any AP, so it doesn't do as much as you would probably hope.
I mean, if that lands, and I think it's actually W on the voice speaker, but if that landed, you go in Killer Instinct. You can burst Firo down. Firo's not 6 yet, doesn't have the Lamb's Respite. And Tracio now hunting in as well, wants to confirm this. I don't know if this is safe. Tracio is 6, though, does have ult.
Tracio does have ult, but Clyde, again, going for this lethality build, does have double longswords in the pocket. The boomerang still does a decent bit, and that is something that we really do want to keep track of. Lethality Sivir is one of those that it can be really good and it can not. I think we saw it back in game 1 of the entire broadcast. Back in series 1, I believe that started at about, I want to say about 6 o'clock on the B stream, right? We saw it before. It's great for the poke. It's not amazing. However, what is amazing is picking up not only the enemy jungler, but the dragon as well.
Yeah, and they're hunting for Waza here. If they can get any sort of CC, they might look for the kill. Primordial Burst is almost back up,
Oh.
and great timing on that Lamb's Respite.
I almost wondered what would have happened if Waza decided to keep fighting, but
What?
on the top side, our Walton got a little bit too cheesy, and Pawsey takes a solo kill.
Pawsey is full health. He must have just walked back into lane and with the buy, and our Walton just not respecting that, because I don't see any situation where he gets full health. Mid lane gank though. Samoyed, where are you gonna go?
They are going to drop
no!
in very, very heavily. However, the stun doesn't come through, and the Primordial Burst has not used either. Samoyed was trying to look for it. The dive in the tower might work. A rocket from downtown is able to help secure the HP difference, and Tracio is going to secure that second kill. It was a little bit dicey, though, because Waza had to expend that flash.
Yeah, not the cleanest there. Unfortunately, the hook kind of messed up the engage from Tracio there, but a kill is a kill. They did secure it at the end of the day there, and they pulled Firo away from that Herald as well. Now, Joku having to 1v2 for now, but actually still farming pretty decently here. Will unfortunately miss that siege cannon, but that's what you do when your support's roaming. And now that Straight Shifty picked up 2 assists as well, coming back to lane with that serrated Dirk here. The moment they hit 6, I kind of want to see Joku and Straight Shifty look for some kills down bot.
I think it's very, very easily viable, right? That should be the obvious answer to go for. Oh, dear. Oh, our
I
Walton.
like this.
Walton realizes something's up and actually cheats down into the rest of the bushes
Tracio's
because
here.
Tracio is here. This is actually well played from our Walton, whether you knew it or not. That's going to be the kill,
Yeah.
and now Firo is on the wrong side of the map. Remember, Firo
No
doesn't
ult.
have ult. There is nothing. And on the bot side, we see another kill.
Oh.
That's going to be 3-0 out of nowhere for Waldorf. Waldorf crushed the top lane 2v2, and then the mid lane catches one from Joe Cool.
I mean, the top side is the strong point for Waldorf. Our Walton has taken over this lane from level 1 when he kind of fought Pawsey guy, found that early, was at level 3 solo kill as well. So it makes sense that they win this. What surprises me more was the kill from Joku down bot into this bot lane. Straight Shifty not yet level 6, so Clyde and Pock have a level advantage, and Clyde and Pock had played this bot lane so well before this. I'm kind of shocked that they got the kill, and I'm left wondering, how did that happen?
I'm overall surprised at the fact that even with these change-ups here, this is Waldorf really playing it smart. Clyde, I think, is going to die. That's the kill from below, as Shifty should fall here. The gray health doesn't do as much, and you picked up one. Firo in the right place at the right time is able to pick up a 6. So far, Firo has been farming up a storm. However, the rest of the map is currently eating up the damage resources. Yes, Firo is very, very strong. The rest of the lanes are not doing as well.
Yeah, and that's going to become a question of, can Firo carry 1v5 at the rate things are going? Or 1v5 isn't quite fair. I mean, you've got the rest of the supporting cast here, but it is really has to be the Firo show for the Carthage Firebirds here. And speaking of having to be the show here, oh, topside.
It's gonna be unfortunately a very, very fierce fight. Tracio,
he's out.
Yeah, he's going to almost survive, but the Primordial Burst will take that life. Samoyed is going to be very happy about picking up that fight on the back end. But the top lane tower, most importantly, did go down. Our Walton and Tracio will get a huge influx of gold that'll keep the lanes very, very high. Killer Instinct is being used. That'll be the poke. Oh, one more shot. The barrier works. No way does Clyde get away. Clyde is going to live. Barrier bait OP.
Straight Shifty did not have ult, so I'm not sure what the call was, whether Joku thought that he could solo this 100-0. He very well almost did, but yeah, diving that deep, a little bit of mistake. Thankfully, it was an execute. Walton topside. That's through a Lamb's Respite there. Walton wins the 1v1, and you know what? Maybe lane swap. I think Walton's strong enough that you might just want to drop Walton bot side here, let him keep pushing. Send him down right now so you get that 5v5 for that dragon, and then after that, rotate Joku to that mid lane. Send Waza to that top lane instead, because Waza's got escapes.
Just the fact that currently Waldorf's win condition is Walton on this Teemo frustrates me. This means I can't get upset at any Teemo players in my games, right? Like that's what I'm really sad about. So now I have to give Teemos the benefit of the doubt. We'll see if it plays out. However, we are seeing the dragon spawn here, as it is going to be the second dragon of the game. Remember, Firo was able to take dragon number 1. The second dragon is, of course, a hex tech. It gives a little bit of attack speed and ability haste, which are both really, really nice to pick up. Waza is going to play a little bit of decoy, a little bit of scouting, and the Mountain Soul is what we're going to get to play with here.
Ooh, Mountain's going to be an interesting one for both these teams, specifically the Soul, because it does give you that little bit of health here, and when you consider how bursty both of these teams potentially are, it's going to be a pretty big pickup to have for these fights, and for the tanks as well. Tracio and Pawsey Guy, they have to initiate a lot of these fights, so getting every little bit of health helps. Walton saw there's a control ward in the bush here, but they're not going to clear it. They're just trying to secure this blue buff right away first, and I like that Waza has come up to this top side. I want to see Walton now rotate to this bot side instead here.
Let's see if Walton listens, right? Or the rest of the team, I should say, as Joe and Straight Shifty are still on the bot side. Tower's about halfway. Tracio's coming down and ready for a little bit of a party. Eyes are open. W is eaten, and that's going to be very, very questionable. Teleport coming in from the backside. They don't see it, and Tracio eats the bubble. Oh, that's a huge misstep, and Firebirds are going to take control. That's an unfortunate scenario that they bundled themselves into, as that'll be 2 for Firebirds.
Looks upside though.
Oh, but retribution is at hand as our Walton is once again going to pick up that kill. What is going on here, RMC?
What is going on here is both teams are looking for kills. They are looking for ganks, but these are not equal. Firebird gets the ganks bot side. They get 2 kills. That's better, but you get an outer turret, outer bot lane turret. And meanwhile, Waldorf only get the 1 kill, less gold, but they get an inner turret, more gold. And the problem is this top lane is now so long as well. It is not safe for Pawsey Guy to farm this top side anymore. Happy Samoyed can't farm this top side either. Neither of them are mobile, and Walton will have a field day if he wants to sit in this extended lane.
I just can't believe the fact that we're looking at a 3K lead that has been contained almost primarily by our Walton, right? 133 CS, 81 CS on the other side. Everywhere else has actually fallen behind in the CS department except for Waza. Tracio now going to have to let Stormbringer out. And our Walton's about to get pinched. This could actually be an opportunity for Fireburst to really dance as a straight
Shifty.
Shifty. Also takes an odd route, takes
Oh,
two
no.
tower shots and walks straight into Firo's bow. Our Walton is now going to fall as well, and Firebirds pick up 2 easy kills. I'm not sure what those two were doing there.
I mean, we know what Walton's doing. Walton is strong, and so Walton's overextending a little bit. But 100%, straight Shifty should not have been diving between turrets. As a Pyke, you're so squishy. And unfortunately, your camouflage doesn't work between turrets either. So that one, a little bit dicey. And with that, Waldorf's 3k gold lead just got halved. It's only 1.5 right now.
Oh, well, guess what? Tracio is now going to be in that pinch. It's just bear hunting season. Firo, 5 shots is all you need.
So here's the thing, Orbital. Our Walton right now is the only thing keeping Waldorf from getting wiped by Firo. Firo, 9-4-2, is incredibly dangerous right now. 6 stacks as well. 6 marks. This Kindred is well and truly online. At the moment our Walton goes down, you can see Firo, no fear whatsoever. Just goes to the jungle, takes whatever he wants there. And if he sees a hero, he kills a hero. Bye-bye, straight Shifty.
Our Walton ready to go for this fight. Wants to try and get a bit of revenge, as the top lane tower has yet to really been pinched. So, yes, we've been talking about the fights, talking about all this excessive, battling going across. And Firo, of course, 9, now 10-4-2. We do have to keep in mind that for all their kills, they have not really been able to secure towers. Still down 1 tower to 2. Now we're going to get a knockup. Oh, Joe Cool caught on the very tip of that fight. This should be the knockup. It is going to land on Joe Cool once again. Our Walton trying to play a little bit of a buffer zone. However, the Primordial Burst is just too strong. Pac is going to get the ebb and flow kill, as that'll be 2 carries taken out of this Herald fight.
Okay, Carthage Firebirds, they're in their element here. This is the mid game where they tend to excel with the team fights here. And beautiful just hunt down onto Walton and Joku. And for the side of Waldorf, you can't afford to split push like that anymore. Even if our Walton's so strong, Vigar has Predator, will hunt. Waldorf takes mid lane outer turret, but on the hunt is Pac.
Ooh. Clyde eats a massive chunk out of Waza. Excuse me. And now Straight Shifty is going to try and run interference. But again, it's only so much you can do. The wave catches 2. And look at that bow firing away. It's a kill right back for Waza. But the chase is going to be enough. Beautiful kills all the way across the board, as that'll be very close to a delayed ace in the Dragon Boot for Firebirds.
Yeah, Dragon's coming up, but no junglers for either team, so this could potentially get a little bit dicey. The cooldown, though, on Primordial Burst is already back up, and the moment that's up, look at who's up. Walton, Joku, Straight Shifty. They're all super squishy members. It's so hard for them to contest as our Walton trying to bounce shrooms in. Oh, he's caught.
That's the event horizon. Easily done. Joe Cool is going to be on the back end fighting. And they're still trying to look for it. So Dragon should go down in their pocket. Killer Instinct goes in, and Pac is going to die to 1 more kill. Straight Shifty doesn't get the reset. Or does get the reset, actually. He is going to pick up an assist. Over the wall, they attempt to go, but Joe Cool is going to chase down Clyde. Barrier is used once again, and oh no. Joe Cool and Straight Shifty have to realize Firo is up. Very well done. Firebirds, though, lose 2 in payment for this Dragon.
Oh, that's a rough one to watch. And it happens because Happy Samoyed's actually out of mana there. Because Happy Samoyed had a choice. Do I Primordial Burst Straight Shifty and kill him? Or do I turn for the Dragon? And he opted for the Dragon. It's the better macro play. You get the objective, you get out. But now it's cost them because they lost multiple members on the back end of that. Waldorf is blitzing straight for Baron. And Carthage Firebirds didn't think about it. Baron just spawned. They didn't have the vision up and available. So you get Dragon, you lose Baron, and Orbital. The game continues hovering on a knife's edge.
Well, it hovers for a bit. Happy Samoyed might not be so happy anymore. Tracio and Straight Shifty take the worst route possible and eat the dirt. They lose 2 right there, and just like that, their Baron buff expires into nothingness. At this point, it is a negative gold power play. The rudest Lamb's Respite I have ever seen. Just get another charge. Are you going to get 4? Are you going to get 4 charges off? Yes, you are. Oh my god.
Let's go for 5. Just defend it. You can go for more.
They're going to try for it. If this is a 5 charge Herald, this is absolutely ridiculous. They're going to go for it. They almost charged it out. That's 4 structures. That's 4 structures and more
TP?
that they had just taken. But check on the top side. Almost gets a kill on Happy Samoyed. Inhibitor is broken open. Our Walton has to flash away. Yordle on Yordle action goes the way of Vigar. Firebirds explosively steal away a march on this game. Yes, they're down 2K. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't feel like it matters.
No, because they are the ones who have broken open the base of Waldorf. Waldorf didn't even take the inhibitor turret on that top side, and now Walton might have overstayed his welcome here, getting collapsing from every which way.
He already burned Flash once, and now he falls again. The once powerful Yordle is now in a 6-6-1 scoreline. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it's so dangerous to be in. Wave is going to come out, is going to knock up 3, going to slow them down for just a bit. But they were able to kill Pawsey Guy before he could get a chance to use that ulti that is just now coming off cooldown.
Yeah, even if you did actually proc the ult, you'd probably be dead before you can get the second charge there. There's so much CC as well. If you hook him, if you stun him, if you root him, he can't actually get the second part of the orange charge off the more important part, because that's the knock-up portion of it. And now, Waldorf, yes, your mid lane is struggling. Yes, their supers pushing down, but they're maximizing their Baron as much as possible. They've answered back mid. They're answering bot here, and Samoyed.
Oh, Samoyed barely dodges away, but they're going to go in. They're just going to fight it, and they do get the kill. So remember, this is exactly how Waldorf found their own objectives earlier on as well. They're able to steal one away. However, Pawsey Guy is ready to go. Call of Forge God is used. Knocks into 3. Knocks up 2. And Tracio is now going to follow the boomerang, cutting across those HP bars. Is immediately going to call it home. They take the bottom lane outside tower, but pay the price of their jungler and support.
Inner turret didn't go down. Clyde doesn't know. 2 levels down.
Oh, they just... Wow, okay. So, Joe Cool was like, yo, turn this. And Waza was like, I don't want to. Joe Cool's like, do it. Waza's like, okay.
To be honest, I think Joku could have soloed that.
Yeah.
If anything, Waza just trying to get in on the action, getting some assists there. But yeah, no, it's just so back and forth right now. Waldorf is down kills, but they're up gold from all the turrets they've been taking, from the objective bounties, or pardon me, just the straight bounties they've been able to answer. And for Carthage Firebirds, they won that bot side initially, but you should not be chasing without Pharaoh. We've said this before. Pharaoh is the big carry for this team. Yes, Happy Samoy does a lot of damage, but you kill one target and then you need to wait for all your cooldowns again. If you're going to keep chasing, you need your Kindred. You need your sustained damage.
Oh, and Kindred's actually on the top side, but look at this. A great event horizon means straight Shifty is straight dead. Waza is going to have to walk away from that horizon as well. Tracio looking for a little bit of a fight, but the CDR is too strong. The ability haste means Happy Samoyed is dropping those abilities like flies. The tidal wave claims 2 for Puck, and Firebirds reign supreme. They burn through Waldorf like it's nothing at all, and they take the ace home, drag it up in 5 seconds. They say we don't care because we have an open inhibitor and only 1 Nexus tower in between us.
Yeah, they've got that minion wave as well. 10 seconds. Well, Straight Shifty's up right now, but 15 for Tracio here. And Straight Shifty, I don't know if you can get the execute. The Lamb's Respite is still up for Firo.
Firo's going to try for it. Shifty, you can't be here. Shifty, you can't be here. Immediately has to dash out, drop to 50 HP, or 50%, and the Nexus falls. Firebirds, just like that, control their own destiny and take us to a game number 3.
Well, Orbital, we were surprised when Carthage Firebirds B team fell in game 1, and this is why. Because when they're on form, they look incredibly good. And the first pick, Vigar Orbital, I'm loving right now. It feels like whichever team gets the Vigar is the one who's really able to pop off in this series. And for Waldorf, the other thing they have to keep in mind as well, I think maybe they got caught a little bit off guard by all the role swaps that came through. If Firo's in the jungle, you need to ban that Kindred, because Firo's really good at AD carries, and Kindred is an AD carry you can play in the jungle. That said, good things for Waldorf. I hate to say this, I don't like Timo, but it worked for them here. If they didn't have a Vigar, I think our Walton could have potentially taken over the game. I mean, he kind of started doing that in the early game.
It got to the point where it really was. If our Walton's alive and the Kindred is still fighting, Kindred's going to go down. It was the rock, paper, scissors of who are you really going to toss in certain lanes. And that's something that I think Waldorf are able to take forward. But into game number 3, it's going to be a big challenge. As you said, multiple characters, multiple champions that you do have to be aware of. And for Carthage Firebirds, they found their rhythm. Can they keep the flow to the end of the race? We'll be right back with some more NECC action to see the conclusion of this fantastic series. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone. We are here and ready to go for the finale of this series, the first series of the evening, as we will have one more series here on the NECC mainstream. Thank you so much for tuning in. Waldorf and Carthage have been going at it like cats and dogs here, or cats and birds, I guess is the best way to put it, because this has been spicy, to say the least. Game 1 went the way of Waldorf in very commanding fashion. Then after a few champion and player swap-ups, Firebirds came out like crazy here. Game 3, RMC, what are we expecting?
I mean, considering that it's not just the playstyle here, Orbitals, but the drafts that are coming out spicy, I'm expecting more madness to come through here. We're starting to see odd picks, things like the Teemo come out from the back pocket here. And now going to game 3, I think Vigar, very high priority for both teams. I believe it's Firebirds on the red side for game 3, Waldorf blue side. I think Firebirds need to ban that Vigar. The Kindred also needs to be taken away here by the side of Waldorf, because, I mean, if Fearo's still in the jungle, that's the best pick for Fearo. He's a converted AD carry player. If he can pick an AD carry in the jungle when he's going to jungle, he's going to do that. So I think that needs to be taken out. And yep, sure enough, the Kindred taken out, the Lux and Zeri, those have been on the board the entire time. And there we go. That's the Vigar I was expecting to see banned out by the Firebirds.
Just don't want to see it. Just screw it. We don't want to see it. And the Vigar, as you were saying, a very, very high priority one banned away. The Teemo came out, was a counter pick again to the Ornn, but to see it actually come out in game 3 is very surprising, because the Kindred is not there either. So that's really what I thought it was for. Apparently, it's just a straight up counter to the Ornn. However, looking at the junglers again, Fear and Tracio have been kind of going back and forth with their pickups here. I'm interested to see what Tracio decides to bring, and we have an okay.
So it's worth noting that we will see it soon, but both jungles were picked in the second round of picks, and the second round of bans was actually targeted towards the jungle quite a bit here. So that's why we're seeing these sort of lesser played junglers come out. And I like both of them a lot, actually. I do like the Nocturne pick or Tracio here. There are a lot of squishy targets to go on to, and likewise for the Evelynn, there's high priority targets to take out. I mean, you needed an answer to this team. Well, last game, it was the Vigar, but this time with Happy Samoyed on the Akshan here, another champion who can be blinded, along with that Sivir reprisal for Clyde, it makes sense that you pick something bursty in the jungle to kill that very annoying Yordle.
This is going to get out of hand very, very quickly here. You can see the Malzahar for Waza as well. With the Vigar out, you got to go for another hard CC champion. Akshan in the mid lane for Happy Samoyed, and then the bot lane is the one that we actually see the least amount of change here. Sivir and Nami still coming out for the side of the excuse me, of the Firebirds, I believe. And then on the flip, we are seeing Joe Cool and Straight Shifty. No Pyke anymore, saying, hey, we don't want to go for that one, but the Nautilus coming out to play because it is not banned. Joe Cool still playing that Kaisa 3 games in a row.
Yeah, and I think not only is it because the Nautilus wasn't banned this game, Orbital, but the Pyke, very high risk, high reward. And while it paid out in the first game, game 2 didn't go quite as well for Straight Shifty there. We saw him getting bursted down a lot of times before he could properly impact the fight, trying to lead in to those fights. So now you've got the Nautilus. It's a bit tankier here. You can engage and expect to survive long enough to help your team. But it feels like team compositions have kind of gone out the window a little bit here, Orbital. It's no more nice, orderly front-to-back fights. No, it's a lot of counter picks, a lot of strong individual lanes to come through. And when I'm looking at this here, it kind of feels like this one's going to come down to individual mechanics. Who can win their lanes? A lot of tools. I like Firebirds. Akshan, I think, is a champion with a lot of agency in the early game. Evelynn can turn the tides, and we've seen the jungles be a big part of this game. But Waldorf, the Malzahar pick into the Akshan, I like it a lot. Suddenly, Akshan can't get away. And with a Nocturne as well to punish, that Akshan lane isn't looking quite as good. And the Nocturne to try and match the Evelynn here. You can actually duel the Evelynn, and the spell shield can be critical. If you can block the charm, if you can block the big spells here, like the Evelynn ultimate with that spell shield, Nocturne can win that duel.
Everything is just gone up over, everything, right? This entire game is just, all right, mid to late game, no one's getting to it, just screw it. We're going early game, that's all we're doing here. We've dropped down into the most deepest recesses of our champion pools for the junglers. Top lane is just its own island. Mid lane has come out with just some oddities of its own, and bot lane is just like, we'll keep playing badminton over here, 2v2 all day long. it's going to be a huge question. I'm very, very excited to see what they can pull out. But of course, we'll save a lot of the deep analysis for once we get into game, because we are going to go to a very, very short pause. I want to ensure, or a little bit of a break, not pause. I want to make sure that the teams are ready to go. We want to ensure that there will be no pauses in front of your viewing pleasure. So please don't go anywhere. The NECC will be right back in just a few. And we are here ready to go for the final game of this first series. We have another series after this one, but this series is all we care about at the current moment. 1-1 is the score, Waldorf University, and they are currently up against Carthage Firebirds, who so far have been undefeated game series-wise, but game-wise have already taken a small blow. The gods can bleed here. We're about to get a crazy, crazy level 1. Oh, no. Oh, no. If there's a time, this is a massive swing. As his Firebirds have run true. Tracio is going to fall one more plume. The Q lands, disgusting boomerang. And now the pillar comes out. Just like that, the Firebirds burn through Waldorf and take a clean 3-0.
Orbital, we've had either side, both sides win a game apiece here, but what we were missing to cap off our night of massacre here was the level 1, and Waldorf walking face first. They weren't even grouped as 5. Walton wasn't with them, and honestly, that probably was their saving grace, or that could have gone even worse here. And now the Firebirds, 2-0-1 for Clyde here. This Sivir has such a huge start, picking up the longsword and boots with that tier already stacking here. Surely the Firebirds should be able to take over the early game, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, man. I don't know what's going on here. I lost it. I lost the plot of this entire series because, again, Clyde is also one that, if we're taking a look at the majority share of the series, has actually been the one that really hasn't been a huge threat to be worried about, right? It's been mostly assists coming about here. It's been those scenarios where the Sivir is 0-4-11, I think, at the end of the game. It's very, very quiet, to say the least. So to see that Sivir get 2-0-1 means that we could potentially see Tracio and Firo give a lot of pressure and help down to that bot lane.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And I do think that the Sivir should be able to soak that pressure fairly well. We did see Clyde using that spell shield to great effect last game against the Pyke, and you can do it this game against the Nautilus, even against the Paranoia from Tracio. You can't block the vision gap bit, but you can block the initial burst of damage which comes in when he engages to this bot lane. So we have to see how that goes. Now, Experience did go over for all the assists here, and Firo having that extra bit of XP here. Firo is really the person I'm watching for the side of the Firebirds here, because Firo was the big carry last game on Kindred, and now you're not on an 80 carry, you're on Evelyn, who does put out a lot of sustained damage, but doesn't have that safety of the ultimate quite the same way here. Can Firo have the same impact he had in Game 2?
I mean, you say doesn't have the same sort of safety, but I mean, I've seen these ultimates from Evelyn get them out of very sticky situations, even if you don't get the kills early on. However, our Walton is going to watch as, or maybe?
Oh no.
Maybe?
He wasn't paying attention.
Walton did not move at all, and you burn the flash as well. Firebirds just pick up a kill on the top side with a pink ward in the bush. Fira is now going to get feared, but Tracio says, I'm not sure if you want to fight this. A knockup slows him down, and Tracio is going to realize that you're in the wrong spot. You do pick up the shutdown on the top side. Tracio is now going to fall to Samoyed, but it's still a kill back. However, Firebirds come away with the 2-1.
Yeah, they're still winning in kills here at the end of the day, Orbital, so they are going to be okay with that. And Firo, most importantly, did not go down.
Clyde, you were dancing on the edge for a while and then ate a tower shot. I'm not sure about that one.
Fine. He's fine. It's just a turret shot, and right now the poke from Joko isn't starting to come through. As long as Straight Shifty can't get an engage, that little bit of health won't matter. Or heal back up. You don't even need to take a pot. Just natural regeneration will be sufficient here. So that's okay. I want to go back to talking about Firo right now, because 0-5 here. That is huge. And Tracio dying does set him behind. Tracio now has to be careful. As an Nocturne, you want to hit that level 6 as soon as possible to unlock that Paranoia for that global pressure. But when you're behind that Evelyn, it will be a bit of an issue. And the problem with Evelyn as well is you need control wards to track her.
Now an attempt on the mid lane as well. Happy Samoyed should be fine. That is going to be a little bit of the tether going out here. And until Waza hits level 6, I think Happy Samoyed is going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. I mean, Malzahar, honestly, early levels isn't that big a threat. A lot of it is about landing that Q to extend the Malefic Vision's damage there. And Waza's done a great job of that, but not enough mana, and you have to be super careful of that. So Waza just wants to power farm till 6, same as Tracio here. All of Waldorf kind of just wants to sit back a little bit right now. Bot side needs to catch back up. Same with our Walton here, who, despite the early death, and despite the ton of kills and assists going over to Posy, is already starting to go up in CS in lane.
It's going to continue. As we said, this is exactly like game number 2, right? Our Walton got a little bit of a CS lead. However, the over-aggression was kind of their own undoing. And it ended up after level 6, level 7, level 8, our Walton started to get out of position, right? That was the downfall. So I want to see Walton be able to change that factor. That was the big issue last time. Let's see it change here. Let's see Walton be that king on the top side. Firo, though, ready to go with a little bounce over the wall. Level 4 doesn't have that invisibility, but definitely has the damage. Full level 4. Full HP. Bubble lands on Joe Cool, and they're going to pick up that kill. So easy does it, even with the flash and then the follow through with the bounce on the ebb and flow. It allows Firo to pick up that second kill, and just like that, it's 3-0-2 for Clyde, and Firo with a 106 score.
This is before Evelyn even gets her ultimate or her invisibility, and right now Firo is running the map. I'm getting like game 1 vibes when Tracio was just running the entirety of the map with that Volibear. Firo's doing the same, and Tracio's still not level 6 here. You can't really punish. Great, you're looking for Samoyed. You don't land the Q. Even if you did land the Q, he's just gonna repel his way to safety here. And now Tracio, you don't even get to walk into your bot side jungle. The Firebirds are here in force.
Yes, they are. Tracio, spell shield is up, but you're able to draw him back. Unfortunately, a bubble misses. And an auto attack goes just a little bit shy. W lands onto Firo as a Prey Seeker, might be able to do some damage. However, Samoyed is going to watch as a body block comes through, but the collapse is just too good. Firebirds go ahead and collect once again on Tracio, who, as we said, has been such a driving force, but the double kill from the Happy Samoyed. The dog wags its tail as they collect the third. Happy Samoyed with second tier boots is crushing it here in the mid lane, and Walton on the top side. That's... Posy is just having a blast. Oh, no. And the bubble lands as well. Boomerang destroying Joe Cool's health. If that had been attack speed Sivir, that could have easily been another kill.
I mean, I don't know if it necessarily would have been, but as it stands, Joe Cool is not safe under this turret right now. The only thing saving them is that Clyde's out of mana. If Clyde has mana here, those Boomerang Blades are eventually going to hit. And now Firo coming right back down to this bot side. Both junglers are going to see each other, but Tracio is 6 first.
I'm still surprised that's actually a thing. Tracio hit level 6 as a 1-3, whereas Firo is 107 and only level 5. That just means that Firo has spent way more time in lane sharing XP between everyone. After this one camper, I believe 2 more, should be able to hit level 6 and should have the invisibility up on board. But Waldorf, I have to give them credit, have been applying the wards properly. You can see at any one point, they always have a pink ward on board. And in some of these very key areas, Firo, however, said I want Joe Cool's life. As soon as that Killer Instinct comes out, though, Firo, I'm not sure, is going to be able to follow up. That's going to be the execute, but you can't dodge away from the paranoia. Tracio gets some revenge.
That was an interesting interaction because Firo thought, okay, I can dive to the safety of the bush, but the moment the paranoia target has been designated, once Nocturne is in flight there, you just can't escape. It'll follow you wherever. But still, the fact that Firo can just kind of solo out Joe Cool right now, you can do that to anybody on this team of Waldorf at this point, except for maybe Tracio. And Tracio had to blow the ult to try and answer there. That's probably not the ideal first ult that you want to get because as a Nocturne, your first ult, you want it to be proactive. You want it to help get a lane ahead. When you're salvaging a lane with that ultimate like that, sure, you get the kill, but there's nothing else. There's no push. They're not going to miss any minions. Clyde's going to be right back in there, and Tracio isn't going to be able to invade to take any camps away from Firo either, so it's literally just a kill and nothing else.
Hurts to see that happen, but it's the little things. You just got to try and get a little bit of gold and XP back. Waza now, that's not where you want to be. Good flash away. Looks like she should be able to survive. Boomerang lands and does proc the passive. Oh, but the ult's on the back end, almost in range of the tower. Our Walton wants it. Flash over the wall.
That flash!
Whoa! Walton, upset that they're currently 0-2-0, is now going to pay that massive price. One more poke, might be able to get it, and that's going to be from downtown. The snipe! Posy guy! Sniper Elite with this Orin ulti. They're going to turn it all the way around. The shield almost kept Akshan alive. You get one back, but you lost one on bot, and Firebirds winning it out.
I know I'm not supposed to be biased, but that's what you get for picking a Teemo, Waldorf.
Oh my god.
Posy guy finding 3 kills. And let's not forget that Posy guy started this game 2-1-3 because of that early fight, because of that early gank here. And now this Orin's going to be vastly accelerated. The ornaments aren't going to just boost his lane. They'll boost every other lane as well. So for the Firebirds here, sure, you lost Samoyed. Yeah, you lost Firo. But that's fine. You're okay with that here. It is a worthy trade-off. And you're still ahead in pretty much every single role.
You're ahead so far. And you're going to see it even more. 6-1-3 on the top side for Posy. And Firo slowly building. I want to say towards that proto belt with the composition currently at hand, it might not be bad, but we could also see a couple other opportunities. Waza hiding off on the edge, and Firo still again hiding in this mid lane. Oh, Waza, you stepped up a little bit too far, and now you're possibly going to die. It's Firo to pick up a third, and that mid lane is now ripe for farming.
So Malzahar's passive gives you a shield that basically blocks or nullifies, I think, 90% of the incoming first damage that you take and lasts for about 5 seconds shield after that. Yeah, exactly. It is basically a free Banshee shield there. But the problem against these sort of auto attack based champions is that they profit so easily, and then you're squishy. Bot side dive.
Ooh, nice. Get behind Joe Cool, getting behind the minions, able to survive just barely. Do you see the fights coming fast and quick here? Firebirds not wanting to let off the gas at all.
Yeah, but as soon as they force out Joe Cool there, yeah, it's not a kill, but still, you get to push this turret, you get to take Dragon, and there's not much Waldorf can do. Trying to punish.
Ooh, this is going to be a good one. Great fear to force Clyde to burn that flash, but the flash follow means Tracio is now 5-4-0. Stridebreaker is also going to give so much value, but most importantly, it's going to be 2 dragons in the pocket of Firebirds. And again, Art Walton is just dead.
That's one. Okay, the fact that Posse Guy's trying to win this 1v1 is a huge problem for the side of Waldorf here, because you literally don't have a winning lane anymore. And Tracio is doing an amazing job, a phenomenal job on this Nocturne, trying to punish here, but it's not quite enough. Waza is being hunted here. Does he know? I think he doesn't, because he's just going to that top side. You just need 1 Q to proc it.
There it goes. It's down. Chase out is a little bit too powerful for Posy. Theo's going to walk right over a pink ward, so they definitely know what's going on. And, I mean, you can't really chase after it too far. So Posy is going to be able to walk away very much unscathed, currently in the lead on this top side. And we do see the swap. Waza in the top side should stay for another wave, whereas Teemo is prepped to take over that mid.
And this should be an interesting one, because we talked about the blind for Teemo against AD carries last game quite a bit. Akshan kind of half falls under that category. I mean, the boomerang poke isn't affected by the blind, though, and it does outrange the Teemo vastly. So it becomes a bit more of a skill matchup and a poke matchup between these two lanes. The problem is, I actually think this is actually really bad for Waza in this top lane. Normally, Malzahar into melee is fine, but with the added bit of Firo, who just apparently died there, Firo can definitely swing that 1v1 topside matchup.
Firo can, but not when they're dead, as Tracy was looking like they're gonna get a double kill in the jungle. What a powerful Nocturne play here. The Flash should be able to collect even more. No! Tracio, no way. Are you kidding me? Tracio is about to get away. You stop for a little bit of the honey fruit, and you're going to survive. The fear keeps Posy away. Tracio with the sneaker play. Makes me choke on my own words. What the heck?
We said we were going to watch Firo this particular game, but we should have been keeping eyes on Tracio. He's now 7-4-0 and has 100% of Waldorf skills. They are still behind, but I don't think anybody can actually match Tracio right now in the 1v1, and that is massive. Waldorf can continue to leverage this Nocturne. Paranoia is back up and available once again here, and yeah, you can see that for the side of Firebirds, they're still splitting a lot, so anybody who splits is potential target for this ultimate.
Another boomerang going out. Clyde so far has not been able to really make a whole lot more out of that bottom lane. Yes, you're now 4-1-4. That's a solid lane. However, Joe Cool is still very much keeping up in farm. So this is going to be the chance to really break it open. After the tower goes down, you want to force it out even more. On the hunt is used, and straight Shifty is going to be pulled straight to death. Down goes Shifty, and Firo is now 4-3-9.
I mean, you say that Clyde hasn't done too. Clyde took first turret in that bot side with Hawk there, and I think that's massive. Is stacking that Manamune a lot faster as well from Joku. So right now, this bot side for Firebirds is still winning. Meanwhile, though, returning the answer for that kill, Tracio taking the objective. And it would have been worth it if they didn't drop Walton, but now it's, 2 for 1, and Tracio might get caught here.
Yep, Tracio is going to have to walk away. Good fear to keep fear off of them, especially with that last embrace up and available. Tracio has to be very, very careful. Posy wants some revenge. This is going to be a brutal knockup and a brutal amount of damage. You can try and get away, but Posy is just too strong. Level 12, level 2 ultimate of the Call of the Forge God is going to secure Tracio's life.
He's 8-1-3, and that ult right now hits like a truck, just running over everybody. That is Tracio, too. That's the most fed member of Waldorf who just got run over, and I don't think this... I said that nobody can duel Tracio. I got to take that back, because Posy right now can duel Tracio.
Posy can duel Tracio easily as well. That's the scariest part. Firo is now going to try and take over Joe Cool. No flashes available, but they do get the knockup on this board. Nautilus ultimate, not even needed. Happy Samoyed. Happy Samoyed. You're standing on a ward. Happy.
He's invisible. He's camouflaged.
Oh my lord. So I always thought that the camouflage worked, and even however, on top of a ward, you'd be spotted out if the player got close enough, right? That's how it's supposed to kind of work. Instead, it's just Happy is just not spotted.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a control ward. Well,
that's a call. You immediately have to burn the flash, and now they're going to try and chase a little bit further. Tracio saving their mid laner.
Yeah, so they trade flash for flash, but that's the big Paranoia ultimate down right now. Tracio will not be able to punish quite as quickly here, and Dragon is up. So Tracio has to walk into this one. It's a little bit dicey. Palsy guy has TP, and the Ornhorn is almost back up as well.
Down it goes on the top side. Posy is going to get 2v1, but that means the Dragon is very much in favor of Firebirds. Can they take this one? Can they put themselves on sole point at 17.5 minutes? This would be very, very powerful for themselves. Tracio wants to go for it, but you don't have ultimate, so there's no reason to even try it. They are going to collect this God break. They are going to put themselves at 3-0 Dragon score, and the bot lane tower might be the price to pay.
Yeah, I don't think they can even get the bot side turret. We're past the 14-minute mark. No plates either here, so while it does take a chunk of damage, Firebirds are going to be more than happy with that take. They are at soul point, and for Cloud Soul here, the additional movement speed might actually be quite big considering how much rotation we're seeing from Firebirds. They're not just sitting their lane and letting Firo do all the work here. Samoyed has been moving constantly. Clyde as well, just rotating between lanes. If there's one person, the only person who hasn't really been moving is Palsy guy, and that's perfectly fine. You have that rock in that top lane, which is forcing Waldorf to constantly respond to you.
Not just that, that is going to be the completed Fimbulwinter for Posy guys. So these early chunks of damage are going to hurt even more. That is the tank item currently that just allows you to do so much damage, especially for a mana-based champion. You get to destroy people over and over again. We thought Posy was strong. Now, this is nothing compared to what he's doing right now. This is a 2.5 item power spike. Firo, though, going to get fought here, and with the fear, it causes so many problems. The flash to follow means that it's the kill. Stridebreaker just to finish it off, and it's the shutdown. Tracio did this once, should be able to do it again, as Posy's going to try and turn around, immediately gets strung. Hey, Tracio! Tracio says hello, and Waldorf say we're not done yet. Shutdown onto the Ornn. That's going to be the Nami knocked up and killed, and Waldorf, behind so much gold, take an ace!
Out of seemingly nowhere there, and that's caused by Tracio diving in, finding Firo there, and then just kind of running ring around the rose. He didn't even have to use the paranoia there. So absolutely massive. And for the Firebirds, we had sit there rotating a lot. They're moving a lot here. And that is one of the potential weaknesses to exploit, is that when you're rotating like that, they're not moving as a group. They're moving individually a lot of times to collapse in. And that's what a Nocturne can prey on. Even worse is Kai'Sa can do the same thing with that killer instinct. If you find enemy on their own, you dive in, and Waldorf have just completely evened the gap. They are dead even in terms of gold now.
What a ridiculous turn of events right now. This is... We honestly thought that Firebirds would have a very easy situation to work with, right? 6-0, no games lost, nothing. On paper, it looks so clean, and yet Waldorf are taking them to town. If they meet again in the future in the playoffs, which I do believe both teams have already secured playoff spots, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be so entertaining to watch here. As Walton, you took the wrong move and immediately get charmed up. You pay the price alongside your tower.
Okay, and that's pretty big. It's not just Walton dying here. It does mean a numbers advantage for the side of the Firebirds. They can't quite go for Baron, though. It's just 20 minutes and they're not strong enough, but they can look to continue pushing in this mid lane. I'm actually surprised that they're peeling away. They're trying to catch somebody in rotation here.
Really, really wants to, and it looks like they have found it on the back end. Down goes the Kai'Sa. Tracio wants to turn it around, though. This could be very, very powerful, but the exhaust does enough work. The bubble lands as well, and Happy Samoyed on the back end is going to try their best, but unfortunately, because the rest of your team pulled out of the fight, you are given over for the killing spree. Waza on the tower end is going to fall to Clyde, who gets the boomerang to the face. And it feels like, once again, it's a challenge for positioning. Oh, the Shroom did so much work. Pocket's very, very low. Look at the damage. The heals come through. Tracio says, oh, thank you. That is all that they need. Shut down over on the other side as Walton takes the life of the Sivir from beyond the grave.
Tracio's still chasing here. The paranoia that we said wasn't popped initially, able to hunt down Pog. Tracio not giving up. And now Posy can't actually go in for Tracio there. Yeah, again, Waldorf seemingly in a really bad spot. Somehow managed to pull the turnaround play. And the Firebirds, I think, need to start grouping up a little bit better here.
Walton, you have no blind. The Q is going to slow you up. And it's happening again. Yes, Walton was able to get a kill onto the Sivir, but it's only one. You now reset your gold and gave Posy straight up 300 gold.
Yeah, I think both teams need to calm down a little bit. A lot of just aggressive play coming out. It's not measured. It's not calculated. It might cost them. Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds here. And with these death timers here, if anybody drops dead in the next 5-10 seconds, that's Dragon to the other team right away. So slow it down, take your time, get everybody there. The big ultimates are all up. Every single person has ultimates ready to go. So this might be that 5v5 that we haven't really gotten to see this game.
The crazy thing is this is actually not the time for Waldorf to be slowing down the tempo. This fast pace is benefiting them. This is their composition to play with. They're the ones happy to keep chasing and trying to get those kills. Tracio is 12-5-1, has the Axiom Arc built in as well. They're going to go for it. Firebirds want this Dragon quite a bit. They're going to drag it out of the pit ever so slightly. Nice W goes across the board. They do see everyone. They're going to go all the way in. Wave crosses across all of them, but Teemo's in the mid lane. They get the steal, though. They got the steal, but one more can they get. Teemo, you got to be with your team. Waldorf fall. They lose 3. They lose the Dragon. Or they get the Dragon, but Waldorf should lose the Baron. Walton, what were you doing? You were pushing mid on your own when your team was trying to get the Dragon.
Well, I mean, that's the problem. You're a teamo. You're not a team fighter here. And the call was probably, hey, I'm going to push mid. Guys, stall it. But you can't stall it here. And while Tracio did his job, he got the Dragon here. And can Walton do anything? Can Waza do anything? Waza just pushing mid right now. And if Waza doesn't want to show up, I don't think Walton should be poking his head out at all here.
There's going to be no chance at all for the side of Firebirds. That's honestly a fight you will take, right? You lost a Dragon, but it's Cloud. It's not like it's an Infernal or an Ocean or even a Hextech. You're not worried about that. You're just saying, cool, that's fine for us. We lost the Cloud. We instead got the Dragon, and we got 2 more kills. Now we get to push with all 5 members, and we get to try and break your base. Waldorf have now gotten their backs against the wall, and they have to realize that as well.
Yeah, Waldorf did do a good thing with that push out, though. I like that Waza shoved that mid lane as hard as he could because he's just buying time for the team to reset. Now, they do have to be careful. Waldorf has been catching Firebird split, but right now Waldorf are trying to respond to multiple lanes, and they are the ones at risk of getting caught here.
Yes, they are. Double shrooms are going to slow everyone down. Waza trying to take advantage of that. He's going to get the burn down, keeps the spell shield from that pillar. And Posy Guy getting all the heals up. Joe Cool, 2-5-2, went for the Gnasher's Tooth build, which usually it's a loot in second, but that is the kind of budget build path that you're looking at here. Posy is still pushing on as it's going to be a 4-man Baron power play.
More than a budget sort of build for Joe Cool here, it's the auto attack build, right? You want to be able to auto and actually do damage in a lot of these fights. Joe Cool has actually gone with this build both games now with the Kai'Sa. I don't know how effective it really is. I mean, the poke's decent, but you can see that he's not doing anything to Posy here with that Bimble Winter, and Posy's just tanking everything up. Clyde is trying to rotate the rest of the team, but got caught by Tracio.
They're going to go ahead and bring out the fight. Who wins this one out is very easily going to be Tracio, so 1 Baron taken off the table. This means that Firebirds have got to push as a squad here. Walton is going to try and slow them down as well. Very nice shrooms to kind of give yourself a little room of pressure. And the Baron doesn't seem to have done as much as you with. Concord is going to spot him out. Firo is going to eat that depth charge, and they charge all the way in. Do they find the kill? Firo is going to pull off the last embrace, and they turn it around. Tracio quite low. That'll be the Maw, keeping him alive, and the turnaround is there. Look at the raw damage. The Oxtron bringing back the Sivir, and that's all they want. Firo going to flash forward. Waza is down, and Firebirds burn away the flames of the wings, stripping away any hope Waldorf have of a comeback. Sappy Samoyed is very happy to still be alive. That is going to be 4 dead. Our Walton is going to watch as the base is destroyed. Firo should fall, but not before taking Walton's life. Firebirds, the Carthage Firebirds, are going to look onwards in glorious happiness as they go ahead and take the inhibitor. They're going to take the base and should be able to take the Nexus, unless Straight Shifty has something to say about it.
I mean, Straight Shifty can't do anything alone. You're buying time for Tracio in 5 seconds here, who has that paranoia, but diving into 4 like that, I don't know about this one, Chief.
I don't think so either. It's going to be a hard-fought battle, and it might not be enough to get the fear. One auto attack should do it. Clyde gets the final hit, and the Carthage Firebirds take the series 2-1.
And with this win here, Orbital, Carthage College Firebirds B move on to 7-0 series score. Still undefeated series-wise, though. They've been handed their first loss. And while it's tough for Waldorf to eat this particular loss, I believe they're going to 3-3 with this here. They can be proud that they are the only team right now who has beaten Firebirds B.
I think it's huge as well, and the fact that Waldorf were willing to try and manipulate their champion pools to fit their own kind of fighting style, right? The Teemo in the top lane, I have to give credit where credit is due. Game 3, it didn't look that great, all right? Game 3 might need a little bit of work. Game 2 gave some amazing performances. If that is a pick that a team has to worry about, it brings with it its own slew of complications, and that's what Waldorf can use to fight. And to bring that out against the top team as well gives me a lot of hope for these playoffs. It's very, very fun to watch. But overall, well played again from the Firebirds. A little bit of team synergy mix up in game 1, and then they change out their roster. They get it together in games 2 and crush it in game 3.
Yeah, that flexibility from that 7-man roster really showing its strength here. And huge props to Posy Guy on that Ornn. That game 3 was just disgusting. MVP of that game, but MVP of the series probably has to go to Furo. I mean, Furo was absolutely nuts in all 3 games. AD carry performed really well in that game 1 on that Aphelios, and then game 2 and game 3 moving to the jungle. I was a bit worried when the Kindred got banned. I didn't know what else he had up his sleeves there, but this Evelyn pick, that's not something we see very commonly. But the way he was ganking early game, pre-6, before you get that camouflage, was a sight to behold.
Crazy to see all that happening and to see them be able to pull off some of those fights. And now we get to see even more League of Legends actions. We're going to be hopping over to the Champions Division with University of Ottawa Garnet versus York University, 2 top-tier teams, with York University currently sitting at 5-0 and University of Ottawa Garnet sitting at 4-1. So that'll be a challenge for the top-seeded spot moving into those last few weeks. You don't want to miss it, as I'll be leaving the desk, but RMC will go ahead and stay alongside DJ. He'll be coming in for the final series. Make sure not to go anywhere. The NECC will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is DJ, here in place of the great emergency caster, Orbital, as he likes to advertise himself, joining our MC to go to our 9 o'clock slot. And what a game we have today, RMC. We've got U of Ottawa Garnet starting, I believe, on the blue side up against York University varsity. And of course, York, one of our participants in the last Proving Ground cycle, the second open qualifier. So one of our kind of big ticket teams here trying to keep their record high. They're 5-0 up against a 4-1 squad.
Yeah, and in case you don't know what Proving Grounds is, that is the top of amateur currently, including some big collegiate teams as well. So the fact that York was in there means that they're one of the top teams. And like you mentioned, it shows in the NECC. 5-0, another undefeated series-wise team, though it is worth noting York University has dropped a single game so far. So not completely undefeated. And coming up against them, University of Ottawa Garnet, a fellow college or fellow university in Ontario, Canada here. And they are currently sitting at third place, 4-1 series score. So they aren't that far apart right now, though. The question is still, can U of Ottawa Garnet find a way to break York University varsity?
Yep, going to be tricky. This team is very, very talented, particularly as we know RMC Sweet Tangerine in the mid lane, a really, really big time player for this squad, will be someone that needs to be addressed either in the draft or in the gameplay. And so far, really just one ban kind of thrown his way. That Trinimir a little bit flexible, but of course more of a top laner these days, particularly in the right hands. That's been taken away alongside Outsteps Lulu on the other side. Specialty Rengar ban here, taking away from either Gumby Powder or White Snow. And Jinx, of course. Can't let that be a B1 pick anymore, RMC.
Funnily enough, actually, before the game started, the players were bantering a little bit, and White Snow on the side of Garnet here was saying, please don't ban Rengar. So I'm guessing it's more for White Snow on this top side, but unfortunately the ban does come through. Rest in peace, White Snow. We'll have to see what else he has up his sleeves here. Has been playing a lot of Graves, a lot of Renekton, and those are champions that you can blind, though it's worth noting, especially for the Graves, that we are on patch 12.5. Hullbreaker has been nerfed, so you're probably going to see something more like an Eclipse Graves come through here.
Eclipse Graves still can be pretty strong. We've seen Whippo pilot it to pretty good effect in the LCS. RMC just getting your opponent's face and just slam them over and over with those buckshots. Will not be the pickup, though. It's actually a first pick.
Wow.
Kaisa going to try to, I would imagine, pretend that this is a flex pick, RMC, but we'll see whether it's Oni or a peak performance picking this one up.
Yeah, and it definitely is a flex pick between both these laners. I think only Akuma is the one who did play it just last week here, but peak performance could pick it up whenever, it's not that hard an AD carry to pick up here. Instead, peak performance has excelled best on things like Jinx or Aphelios, big team fight carries for the team, and often peak performance is looked at as the big carry for University of Ottawa, especially in the late game.
Will be very nice for him to have that. That being said, though, we look across, and the one thing that this Kaisa is not good as an AD carry is into a long range lane like this one, RMC. So I get the feeling that this is going to end up being flexed to Oni Akuma, because there's one thing we knew about why Kaisa was not that strong before this mid lane Kaisa was picked up by Faker. The range is just such an issue in lane.
Yeah, the poke, you complain about Lux's range. Kaisa easily outranges everything except for that final spark there. And that ultimate might be on a short cooldown, but it's not shorter than that Void Seeker cooldown. And right away, we can confirm now that Kaisa will be going mid, as we do see the Ezreal locked in for peak performance here, which surprises me somewhat. I mean, the Aphelios was still available, but they really want that range, that safety in lane to not die to Caitlyn Lux.
Yep, we'll give the safety to peak performance you mentioned to be able to stay in lane, get up to that kind of, 1-2 item spike where Ezreal can get really strong, and then have that agency in team fights. That said, looking at quite a poke comp thus far. We know that Kaisa really relies on the Ws later on, which means Echo, bit of an interesting kind of pairing with this in the jungle, someone who wants to get in your face, and now we'll find a Renekton either against him in mid or headed up to the top lane.
Yeah, and compositionally, the Echo is kind of interesting right now because you have two poke champions, and I guess the Echo is sort of your cleanup crew, your janitor after the poke comes down. But it's doubly scary because Echo is Gumby's sort of preferred pick. It is most played champion as well here. So he's really good at this particular champion. And when you've got squishies already like the Caitlyn, like the Lux that can be flanked here, it is something that they'll have to keep in mind for the side of York Varsity. Then York Varsity, still looking for their jungler. and potentially their mid laner here. I'm going to assume that Renekton is going top, because as much as we've seen Sweet Tangerine play a lot of different champions, I don't believe Renekton is one of them.
See, Sweet Tangerine's been working on this one in the background for those melee matchups, RMC. But I'm with you. I think most top laners, no one loved this pick just that much more. You know, the old 3-year-old debate rages ever onwards with these top laners. But of course, it's in every single one of them's pool at this point.
Now, we do see the supports being banned out from the side of York Varsity here. They want to make sure that the Karma especially doesn't get picked, because I think Karma Ezreal, one of the few lanes that can actually match the Caitlyn Lux here. And I'm curious to see what University of Ottawa Garnet can drop here in the support role. The Lulu was taken away as well. Maybe a Morgana to try and match, but that feels like it doesn't work with the rest of the composition. Yeah, exactly. It's a very forced answer. And Firebirds here with the Diana pickup, I do like that. One of the few AP junglers still viable in the current meta, and pairs so well with this Renekton, which can still be flex top or mid here. And for the side of University of Ottawa Garnet, they've got to decide what they're looking for in that top side. Is that a support Zac?
We know that Sprinkler loves these like engaged supports, and I think it could be. I mean, I think it makes more sense than Echo support, but it's one of them.
Or maybe Echo top, maybe? And no, you know what? I'm going to assume it's Zac support. Yeah, that makes sense. Zac support. Sprinkler's champ pool is kind of odd. And you know what? Tanks are decent into the Caitlyn Lux, but I'm just a little bit worried that they're going to get poked out. I mean, peak performance on Ezreal is going to be very safe in lane, but not so much for Sprinkler on this Zac, where either you engage or you die. And for that reason, I suspect, DJ, that the bot side's going to be very, very explosive in this game.
Hovering a Cassiopeia here would be that AP mid jungle duo. I don't know if Sweet Tangerine plays Yasuo, but it feels like this is begging for a Yasuo pick here. I can't remember or think of another time I've said are gonna do it. I had to ask her on RMC. I hate this champion. I don't know why I would want to see this champion cast every single year I've played League of Legends for more than 20 games. He is the champion that kills me the most every season, and now I just have to see more of him for Sweet Tangerine.
I mean, at least DJ will be very, very familiar with what's about to happen here in the mid lane. So we'll have to keep our eyes there as well. I mean, we did know that Sweet Tangerine does play the Yasuo here, so it was the expected pickup. The Cassiopeia hover is interesting as well, because Sweet Tangerine is a huge Cassiopeia player, but I don't like it into this composition, right? Kai'Sa and Ezreal would have outranged you. The Graves that we saw come through for White Snow as well, not that easy to punish for the Cassiopeia, but now, this composition, we've seen both sides. We've touched on the fact that York, they have that Diana Yasuo combo. They have the Caitlyn Lux combo on the bot side for early game dominance. University of Ottawa Garnet, very interesting composition without a lot of tank. Yes, they have the Zac, but that is support Zac, who's going to be underfarmed, underleveled. And when the blob is that small, it's kind of squishy. Sure, you've got a passive, but I don't think it's going to be enough to frontline against what we're seeing from York University here.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, RMC, because when it comes to these kind of poke comps, right, where you pick one or two long-range champions, particularly this Kai'Sa, which, by the way, I've been spamming in my normal games, because God, is it fun when you hit that two-item power spike. Good God. But as is the problem with AD carry Kai'Sa, you have to kind of get to the two-item power spike to get your double upgrade. And you look across at what York Lions have for themselves, and post-level 6 particularly, they can just force plays onto this composition. It's not like you can just say Ezreal's safe for free against this comp, because he's not. He just straight up can get forced on, and they can just get pick after pick once these ultimates are online.
Yeah, and the terror of Renekton and Diana flanks coming in from multiple angles, you don't really have somebody who can stand there and say, hey, you will not pass here. If you've got a tank, you put that tank in that angle there, and suddenly the flanks get a lot more difficult. But who's going to do it? Like we said, Sprinkler, kind of too squishy. And in the front as well, while there is poke from Ezreal, while there is poke from Kai'Sa, outstep on this Lux will outrange them. At least the Ezreal will outrange the Ezreal with the light bindings there. So it really does come down to only Akuma trying to get that poke from safety. And how well can University of Ottawa space? How well can they disengage when those flanks start to come in?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big question is about survival here for Ottawa in these early stages. We mentioned again, these two item spikes get hit by this Kaisa, by this Ezra. We know peak performance is a great carry as well. You can just pop off. You can do so much damage. You can just lay it down onto these melee members in the solo lanes from the side of York. But boy, oh boy, is it going to be an adventure getting there, RMC? Because as you mentioned, not a lot of frontline, not a lot of tools to engage or survive. It is really going to be on the fingers, on the mouse keys here for you of Ottawa. And that is a big challenge to throw down for yourself against a team like York that is 5-0. You have given them all of these tools and basically said, we can outplay you on our own.
Well, DJ, I mean, yeah, it's really dicey, but it's not like there's no hope for University of Ottawa Garnet here. One nice thing they do have, of course, is the poke, and the fact that their poke is going to really hurt come the late game. We've seen Kaisa two-shot champions, and the way Kaisa's Void Seekers work is, of course, if you land it, the cooldown gets massively reduced here. And I'm looking there, okay, there's Wind Wall to save Yasuo, and that's about it here. Diana is actually not that tanky. Yasuo, Caitlyn, Lux, those guys, they're all going to get two-shot at the rate they're going. So if University of Ottawa does get to the super late game, you know, like you mentioned, 2-3 item power spike coming through, I can see a world in which they just poke you down, they kite, and York University Varsity are just forced to engage, not on their terms, but as desperately as they can to stop the poke coming through, and they'll never get to start up a major objective. It's a big if, DJ, but it's possible. Anything's possible right now.
Certainly is possible as we are getting pretty close to the game here. Again, these two teams at the top of the standings. So York University 5-0. You have Ottawa Garnet 4-1. Ironically, the only loss they have this season, RMC, is to the York University JV squad, by the way. So history maybe not on their side in this matchup, but they are going to see if they can outscale, get to that very annoying kind of inevitability in that late game, at which point the poke does land and stick. But if I had to ask, right, we're expecting Garnet to want to absorb pressure in this early game. We are looking at a level 6 kind of clear jungler here in this Diana on the side of the York University. Where are we looking for any action in this early game? Or are we just in level 6? Or are we just in ultimate waiting room here?
No. Bot lane, DJ. Remember, when we saw the Zac Ezreal into the Caitlyn Lux, that Zac has to be aggressive or die. So one way or another, we're going to see action there, whether it be just poke and range just coming down from York Varsity, or whether it's that desperation from Sprinkler. And as weird as Zac support is, I will say this for Sprinkler. Sprinkler has weirder supports, like Silas support. And if he can make that work, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt for the Zac pick.
This Zac pick could be that X factor that we are looking for, RMC. When you're going up against a team like York, you often need something like that to come out. We know Sprinkler does love to pull out these picks, just like my dad loves to pull out his homemade sprinkler system whenever he's working on the lawn. You know, it's that kind of... The analogy's a little stretched here, RMC, but the idea is the same, right? Unexpected things being pulled out here in the bottom lane to see if they can shake York Lions just a little bit. It's like they shook my sanity when I was a child.
What did York do to you as a child? Are you talking about
York,
your dad's?
my dad.
I'm so confused right now.
We're connecting my father's weird lawn care projects with Sprinkler's weird champion pool.
Okay, DJ, I'm gonna be honest with you here. Your analogy when you said your dad and whipping on the sprinkler system, I was getting worried where all this was going here, and so I'm a little bit lost here. But you know what? We'll see how this sprinkler system works with the Zac support.
See, now you're on board. We're making a sprinkler pun connection here. Come on, where are you? I know you already cast a series, RMC. You got it, but you got to get on my level of craziness here on the broadcast.
I don't know. I just feel like sprinkler's kind of an easy one. Let's go something like, you know, Gumby, right? Like, you know what? I actually don't know where we're going with Gumby. We'll see how that works out. Anyways, we have been notified that the game, unfortunately, has actually been paused as soon as we got in, which is one of the reasons why you see us, you know, waiting here, trying to figure out what's going on. And thankfully, the pause was a short one. So, DJ, we're into the thick of it.
Man, and I had so much more to say about my dad's weird lawn care tendencies when I was a young wee lad, RMC. Too bad chat will never hear about it ever again. I promise, I suppose. Sweet Tangerine going to take a little bit of a chunk here from the queue from Akuma. He'll pop a little emote there. Tangerine going to be just fine. He'll head back to base. Got plenty of time to walk on out as line of scrimmage. Really hasn't netted anyone any sort of deep vision, but hold on here. It's going to net a root. This is going to be big chunk onto Peak. He's burning down. He's just dead. He's straight up just gone and not even in the laning phase. Lux Caitlyn is a deadly duo.
Well, DJ, we did say bot side action, and it has come to pass. And Sprinkler wasn't aggressive, so Peak Performance has to pay the price for it. I mean, to be honest, it's not Sprinkler's fault, but rough start. And one of the nasty parts about Caitlyn Lux is that Lux does really well with gold, with kills. So sure, it didn't go over to the Caitlyn, but I don't know if it's better that it went over to the Lux.
Yeah, honestly, in the early levels, I think it's way worse for Lux to have the gold RMC. Like, Caitlyn hurts with the Qs, but not much else. Like, Lux is the scary part of that duo in the opening 4 levels. So I'm right with you. This is not the start you wanted to have for this laning phase. We can see the Dark Seal was picked up. These light bindings, right? The Lucid Singularities, they are going to hurt in these opening levels.
Yeah, Outstep just raised the stakes in this late immediately here, because if any kills start coming down, Outstep is just going to scale up incredibly quick here. And you can see them stepping up, zoning out immediately. They're trying to deny even that first wave, some of the farm at least. And Gumby starting bot side, I kind of want to see like that early cheese gank into this bot side level 3 gank, just to alleviate some pressure and see if maybe we can get a little lucky here.
Oh, I think it's coming, RMC. He is on the Krugs here, has cleared away 2 camps to his name so far, if I'm not mistaken. Yet went Raptors into the red buff, now all the way over here, and he looks like he wants to try it out, RMC, but they're already pushed under turret. This wave maybe not quite going to crash. Outstep's Outstep's gonna get caught out in a lot of trouble. Already using flash, but the huge light binding onto 2, and they're gonna walk out with their lives, RMC. That's massive for York.
Yeah, that is going to be the control ward, though, cleared as soon as it got dropped down. And if you're the side here of Garnet, you're going to be okay with that. I mean, that was as good a gank as you could possibly find. They don't know there's a control ward in that bush. Doesn't matter.
Well done from Sprinkler. This is going to be a kill. It goes down onto Outstep. Don't think there's going to be enough here. Logia still has flash. He will just walk on out. Does not expend the summoner. But with that wave pushing out, the return gank is effective. And it's a lot of time spent for Gumby. But he does get the kill and relieve the pressure. Yeah,
meanwhile, though, Monka has gone in, looking to clear everything here, but not able to 1v1 White Snow.
No trouble here. Khan is coming. That's what they're waiting for, but the shot just takes him down. I think he's waiting to smite there after the auto, RMC, but I believe a stray crit takes Monka down before he can even use the smite. That is huge for Gumby and for Ottawa.
Yeah, not just for Gumby here, but for White Snow, because now Lacan is in for a world of hurt. Double buff Graves arranged into melee matchup, and Lacan, no stranger to having to play a weak side, but not going to be happy that Monka just gave over double buffs.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate for them. And speaking of Gumby and unfortunate circumstances, think Outstep might be in some trouble again. Walking away so far, taking some damage. There are not a lot of flashes. Good light binding again.
Monka?
Here comes Monka. First kill going to go down. Logia still has flash and heal. Hasn't used it just yet. Now it goes down.
It's kiting
Outstep
so well.
away, and he's going to outstep everybody. Sprinkler still level 2. Finally takes level 3, but it's not going to be in time. Passive going to get popped, and the passive is not going to keep him alive. Every little bloblet will be turned into mush, and York Lions accelerate away from Ottawa.
And this bot lane, Gumby has spent so much time and attention down here. It's under-leveled because of it, behind in farm. And your second attempt, or third attempt, I suppose, completely backfires. Outstep now with 4 stacks, picked up another kill, 2 assists to boot. And this bot side's kind of going from bad to worse. When you pick a Caitlyn bot lane, you need to dominate it early. You expect it to come out, 20, 30 CS ahead. You expect to take down that early turret. Well, Logia and Outstep, they are well on the path to being able to do that.
Just a huge turnaround from this bottom lane duo. Logia still has flash, RMC. That's how well this play went for them, targeting Outstep, but that is really going to hurt their progress. You can see the base here already onto 2 of the longswords as well as the pickaxe. That is way better than the buy we see from Peak Performance. On the top side, though, White Snow making advantage of those double buffs he did receive. Monka, okay, he's just gonna chase him off. He's level 5. There's 3 of them. Here comes Outstep, and yeah, they have to walk away.
Yeah, it's not just Monka's level difference here. It's the fact that Logia and Outstep are on the way, right? And we already touched on how strong they are. They just came with items. There's just not enough damage this early to take a dragon. Peak performance, no Sheen here. And Sprinkler, you're a Zac. What are you going to do? You're an under-level Zac, if anything. They will get spotted on a ward, and Sweet Tangerine should know a gank is incoming.
Around here is Monka. Tangerine, he's aware. He'll dash away from the elastic slingshot. No problemo whatsoever as he finally has his portion of the ultimate combo. None yet here. No Moonfall for Monka, but doesn't even matter. Gumby is in some trouble. He'll get the shield from his E, but now he has to dash away to the safety of his top laner. Going to bury himself in the white snow that is sitting on this top side as he walks on down. Monka's still not 6, so this combo is not online. Lacan does have his available. Looks like everything might just peter out. Does require Gumby to go back to base, though, RMC.
And Gumby did not manage to take that particular Gromp as well. So Gumby continuing to be set behind here. And Monka just goes back into his jungle to farm up. You've got all the camps available because you've been constantly in the enemy side and bot side. They're down to 2 plates. We looked away for a second and 2 plates are gone here, DJ. I feel like another couple of minutes. First turret should go over to York without... If you of Ottawa don't have any sort of pressure, any sort of help going back down to the bot lane again.
Yeah, this is really, really rough for this bot side. So much gold on the champions at the moment, and now in the back pockets of Logia and Outstep. Still have yet to see a Moonfall Last Breath combination, RNC. It's finally online here. So literally anyone that does not have a flash, even if they do with their squishy, they have to fear for their lives now if they walk into the area that Monka is.
And one of the interesting things about Diana Yasuo compositions is that one of the big solutions people have said that make it not that strong is running double exhaust on your team. 1 exhaust for Diana, 1 exhaust for Yasuo, and then they don't do anything. But there's only 1 exhaust for only Akuma. Gumby coming back bot side.
They're trying so hard, but Logia is just going forward. Logia still has the flash. One more. There's the flash follow from Gumby. They'll get the shutdown, but what is the price? Outstep in some trouble as well. Flashing away from the ultimate from Peak. Might be enough to keep him alive. It's a good sidestep from Gumby on the light binding, but he doesn't have the damage. Outstep will stay alive. Will be able to whittle this wave away. And in the top side, on the other side, on the other part of the map, White Snow did get ganked by both Monka and Sweet Tangerine. Had no chance to outplay, and that's going to be a bunch of plates for Lacan.
Oh, the cancel back onto only Akuma as well. That's going to sting quite a bit. And DJ, we were just talking about the fact that you need double exhaust kind of to deal with Diana Yasuo. The 1 exhaust of Oni Akuma was nowhere near the top lane. So when they do that 3-man dive, there's nothing White Snow can do whatsoever. And I'm sorry to say that might continue happening because you of Ottawa, Garnet, is put in a really tough choice where you've got 1 jungler. You can help 1 lane. Which lane do you go to? Mid is not winning. Top is kind of winning, but likely to get ganked. And bot side right now is just absolutely getting crushed. So do you stem the bleeding, or do you try and get your winning lane ahead?
Tough question here, Lacan. Looking like he's interested in doing some more of this ganking action. Monka going to be spotted on the ward. We'll just give Lacan the freedom to be aggressive. Try to shove this wave in as the reset comes through from Monka for his first big buy. 67 CS 13 ahead, and it's just a straight mythic item as the Rocket Belt finishes up here, RMC.
I mean, Monka's been... The big question has been, can Monka get in range? Now he's got the Proto Belt. The answer is a resounding yes. Yes, he can. And you of Ottawa Garnet have to be so careful in their lanes now. Moonfall is not the big key component for ganks anymore. It's just the straight damage. Mid lane, Last Breath lands here. And Akuma barely gonna limp away while Gumby does manage to sneak Herald.
Yep, quite a nice HP trade from Sweet Tangerine. Gonna make it a little tricky for Oni to stay in that lane. Nice combo. Oh my god, the damage from Overstep. One of them just dies here. There's some bloblets left, but they're not gonna keep him alive. And Monka doesn't want Peak to live either. Has used both of his mobility spells. We're going to snipe him out with the back half of the queue. And there is no respite for the bottom lane of Ottawa Garnet. They had 1 brief moment, RMC, at level 3 with that repeat gank. And since then, oh my god, they have just gotten stomped into the ground.
Mid lane, Oni is not safe. Flash over the wall, and Gumby, don't face check this.
Oh no, Gumby, what are you doing, buddy? This is a level 8 Diana, man. You gotta run for the hills. Outstep is right behind him. Sweet Tangerine doesn't have an ult, but I don't think
He
you
can
want to
dive.
mess with him either at level 9. I mean, oh no, light binding. No, please don't die. Don't die under turret Gumby. Please, no. Don't add insult to injury here. Oh my god, they're just toying with him, poking him slowly. Sprinkler, buddy.
Sprinkler?
Buddy, you're level 6. You don't
It's
do any
passive assault.
damage. Why are you engaging? You don't even have passive. You might live. No, he's not even gonna
Oh,
live.
no.
There's the rocket belt, second proc. Now Gumby's just caught out, man. He's got nowhere to go. Doesn't even get the ultimate off. Outstep. You can probably 1v1 the 80 carry right now. Look at the damage coming down. They're gonna trade lives as Monka gets himself a triple kill in the extended play. Logia is just sitting over here like farming the scuttlebug, I'm pretty sure. Setting down wards on the rest of his team. Goes to 12-4 in kill score. A 7k gold lead, RMC.
DJ, all macro has just gone out the window at this point. You don't need macro if you're the side of York University. You just need to keep forcing this lead. Oh, Moonfall goes wide, but I want to point out that the entire last sequence of events, DJ, happened without Monka having to use Moonfall. So, sure, the ult's gone, but that's fine. You didn't need it in the first place.
For how much longer, right, RMC? That's the question. It's got a cooldown. It's going to be up again. And, you know, there's not a lot of protection left for Ottawa Garnet here. They don't have a bottom lane turret anymore. Their top lane turret's lost a couple plates. These are very strong members on the other side. Outstep with a nice light binding. Gumby has nowhere near the damage to do this onto Logia. They just get kited out. Monka's here to protect. Does not have the Moonfall. The Sprinkler hovering as well. Step takes a little more poke, but I mean, you could just, dude, it's such a scary situation for Ottawa. They have to know that multiple extra members could be here. Look at the chunks that are coming off from Outstep with now a 6-stack Medjais. There's not that many stacks, RMC, but with the Medjais complete, you know he's expecting to get more damage. Sprinkler looking for an angle. Remember, he is only level 6 RMC. He's waiting for Let's Bounce to come back up. Now it is coming up. He doesn't connect. Classic slingshot goes wide. Logia with just a bunch of damage. Here goes Logia. There's the explosion from White Snow, and Logia goes too far. But the snipe from Outstep. He's the real carry in this lane. Make it 10 stacks on that Medjais.
And throughout all of this here, mid lane, only Akuma has to be careful. Peak performance!
Oh boy, there's the flash in, there's the stun. Yeah, okay, he could just sat there and let the rest of the ult tick him down at that point. RMC peak goes a little bit too far, underestimates the mobility of the double dash into the stun. Kids, you remember, you gotta dash into a bush or the auto still goes through. Now Sweet Tangerine in a 1v3, gonna get exhausted. Trying to dash his way out to safety. Does not have flash, so he goes
he's
back
turning
in
it.
instead. Needs one more auto. Oni Akuma doesn't get the shield and time goes down. He's burning Sweet Tangerine, but nobody's got the damage
No
to
shot.
take him down. He's gonna get himself out. He gets away from
Back up
Gumby. He
here.
has to ult away from Monk, and this is why this man is so highly regarded.
True shot barrage from peak performance didn't land either. They were trying to cut him off, and now Herald being summoned into the mid lane here will get the charge off. 5 seconds too late, DJ. Everything's falling apart for University of Ottawa Garnet here, and everything's falling into place for York Varsity. They're just going from strength to strength. A 10k gold lead pre 15 minutes. My goodness.
I was just gonna call her out. I seem like they're 10k down in 15 minutes. Like we were saying, there's some inevitability, like, you know, there's late game inevitability to their poke. But our big question again in draft was, how are they going to weather this early game storm that York has drafted for themselves without a tank, without a front line? The answer is very clearly they can't. They can't weather the storm.
Apparently
York
not.
Lions are just piling it on, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Can I just point out, Sprinkler bought a Dark Seal? I understand Outstep doing it because there's a Lux, you've got that range technically, but Sprinkler, come on, man. AP Zach's the thing. I respect that, but I don't think you're going to be able to survive with any stacks on that seal.
Hey, man, maybe just for that extra healing, I guess, on the pots when he does go in. Speaking of going in, White Snow flashing away. No more combo here. That's a great engage. Monk is in trouble. Monk is going to go down. 900 gold shutdown. Goes over to Gumby. Tangerine's out of position. 1,500 gold goes straight into Gumby's pocket.
Okay, and that's 2 stacks on Sprinkler's Dark Seal, 5 on Gumby there. So that's actually pretty important. Outstep has no backup here.
Let's have Flash. There's nothing for Sprinkler to connect to here, though, so Outstep just going to walk away. It's a little bit of goo on his clothes. I'll have to wipe that one off. Maybe take a shower later on tonight, RMC, but otherwise, no real issues.
Yeah, and they do manage to get out. Lacan, though, has to start backing up here. You don't know where all of Garnet is. You knew they were bot side, but that was a while ago. And Dragons come up in 15 seconds. Lacan, he stuck around.
Okay, Lacan can just dash over the wall. Does still have his ultimate available, and Gumby doesn't have any help anymore. I'm not sure when Lacan will realize this, but I feel like he will just die. Okay, never mind.
Somebody ping this man's dominance. The Renekton ult was up and available. He could have survived under turret, but instead he ends up dropping, and this is... Oh, Gumby just walked in that not knowing that Monko's there.
Gumby does still have ult, so he can walk out. White Snow's here.
True.
He's a lot stronger than Outstep. Level 12 is White Snow, and oh boy, here we go. Nearsided, True Shot Barrage going to connect.
Sprinkler.
Gumby realizes he's in trouble. He has to flash away, but gonna be taken down. And a little bit of sloppiness here for York Lions in the mid-game, RMC. I feel like they let that 10k gold lead go to their head, and all of a sudden, it's only about 6.
Yeah, into their heads and down the drain a little bit. But thankfully, there are cooler heads prevailing as well. Sweet Tangerine and Logia farming up as well to sort of balance things out here. They do get themselves the dragon, and it's going to be a Hex Tech Soul map, DJ. I love these maps. The gates make everything so much more cozy here. You can get to places quicker, and the Soul is absolutely busted, especially when you have these sort of champions with long range who can very quickly safely apply those slows.
Yeah, there is a reason that the Hex Tech Dragon is the highest win rate here in High Elo, right, RMC? And it's by a decent margin as well. It is so powerful to get this old static Shiv proc onto every champion you have when it is so easy to apply for so many champions in the current meta game, right? You love range. Everybody wants to have some range on their comp, and it just makes that slow so incredibly devastating. Now, we mentioned York Lions a bit of a slip up here in the mid game, giving away some kills, gave up about 4k of their 10k goal lead. Second Drake in tow, though. Monka been around a little bit longer, trying to take this red buff. He's in a ton of trouble. Can't even get the moonfall off. No, he cannot. Gets absolutely blown up, and the sloppiness continues here. RMC's York Lions continue to overstep what feels like the reasonable bounds.
4 deaths on Monka. And keep in mind, Monka had a bunch of kills to start the game. So the last couple fights have
6-0-1 at
not.
one point.
6-1? Yeah, okay. So that's 0 kills and 4 deaths in recent times here. And that's painful to watch. I think Monka honestly probably should have rushed the Zonias instead of the Shadow Flame, because at this point, you don't need more damage. Your team has more than enough damage. And because they've slipped up this much now, DJ, University of Ottawa Garnet have a way back in, and that is split push. Hullbreaker picked up on White Snow here. Yeah, it's not as good as it used to be. It's still gold efficient, and more importantly, it's allowing him to deal with Lacan in that 1v1. The rest of the team needs to start grouping up here, not just Monka and Sweet Tangerine for that Diana Yasuo combo, but I need to start seeing Logia and Outstep join them to put down enough damage to actually secure kills.
Speaking of the two members you just mentioned, Sweet Tangerine doesn't have any friends at the moment, and there are 3 people in his face. He will get the ultimate off, but he is exhausted, as you mentioned, is super powerful against these 2 champions, and he'll go down. But with 3 members in the bottom lane, there is definitely a price to pay. Peak in some trouble. Peak has to flash away from the fancy little combo there from Monka with his dash and the rocket belt, but now White Snow's on top of him. He's doing a ton of damage to Monka, trying to stay alive with the shields. One more auto would do it for either one. It's White Snow who will get the execution and take down York's jungler.
No ace in the hole from the Logia to secure the kill there, but hey, you know what? 2 deaths, I guess, for 2 turrets. 2 inner turrets will be worth... Oh, they don't get the second one! Lacan's actually falling back for the blue.
I mean, it's on its last legs here, RMC. Is it even alive, really, anymore?
It is, DJ. The gold did not enter their pockets.
It's true. It will also still clear away minions.
Yep. And I don't know if Lacan gets to push like that again here. White Snow is continuing to scale up. And like we said, White Snow right now can handle the 1v1 should he choose to be there with the Eclipse, with the Hullbreaker. And you compare that to Lacan with just the Prowler's Claw here. Yeah, it makes things look very dicey, but if you don't immediately burst down Graves, if he has flash up, I think he's fine and able to handle that 1v1.
Important things to look at here, obviously, as you mentioned, those 2 items on the Graves. Very nice for him in a side lane, but also Dragon coming up here in 1 minute 20 seconds. We actually have 2 items on Gumby. Remember how far behind Gumby was? And then he got that 1,500 gold off those 2 shutdowns. Well, this man very much in the game now on these 2 items. 10 stacks on his Medjais as well. Feeling pretty darn good. So he's pretty powerful. And look down the list, right? Both of their mid and AD carry have these 2 items in their inventory. Not upgraded yet are the Mana immunes. Still waiting for those Muramanas. We are very close to some huge spikes. And Outstep is just, what's he doing? He's just alone in mid, RMC.
York Varsity are throwing this. I am going to say that they are throwing this right now. They need to start grouping up. Look at all the recent deaths here. Sweet Tangerine picked off on his own. Monka diving past turret on his own. Outstep mid lane on his own. You got your leads from playing together. They need to go back to what worked for them. I am worried. This Caitlyn, which is so far ahead, I mean, still is so far ahead with 2-something thousand gold advantage, is simply not being leveraged. Now Logia on his own.
I mean, the flash expended again. The stacks on the Medjai, 16 now for Gumby Powder. The mid lane turret goes down. They can't contest the Drake now. They are going to get a pick here onto White Snow, but can they even kill him? Exhaust not used. It's not quite there. White Snow trying to stay alive with the extra stacks. He will go down. That's a shutdown, but it's a 2v3 now. And here comes Akuma. Down is going to go Tangerine in the next second or so. One more auto will do it. Monka completely alone, has no ultimate, will go down. It is a throw and a half that we are witnessing. 2 kills already for Oni. Will he stay alive? Lacan, nice combo, will take down the mid laner, but now he has to deal with the AD carry. He can't do absolutely anything, and it's the 3rd Drake. It's the ace for U of Ottawa Garnet. What has happened to York Lions in the span of 10 minutes?
They've given up a bunch of kills. For the first time this game, University of Ottawa Garnet are ahead in kills. Not quite in gold yet, though that might yet change. And finally, thankfully, the minions did the job. Lacan started. Top side inner turret goes down for the side of University of Ottawa. But they answer back in that bot lane here. They get themselves an inner turret now. EP from Sweet Tangerine, but what can he find here? No one's there. They've all left.
Their summoner spell is down, RMC, and it feels like York Lions now realizing with their 10k gold lead, it feels like they had 10k gold lead. They said, okay, we win. You know, this game's over. No problem. Nice steal away from Peak Performing. Everything going U of Ottawa's way. Because, again, York just stopped playing League of Legends. They stopped grouping up. They stopped doing the fundamentals, getting vision, doing anything. They stopped respecting their opposition. And speaking of it, here comes Gumby with a full Medjais at level 16 and goodbye Outstep.
Outstep's Medjai is really not worth it now. Has had no stacks for a while here. Stun?
And they get him down. This would be a huge shutdown for them. They're going to get him. That's a lot of stacks off of a very dangerous Medjai. It was at 21, I believe, RMC, or 25 or so. Now down to 15. Yeah. So that is a big shutdown. And they're just going to start the Baron. It's right in front of the Worm, and maybe a mistake now on the side of U of Ottawa Garnet as their jungler, the critical member, goes too far, gets picked, and that will just be the purple Worm into York Lions' pockets.
Yeah, and it's not just that the jungler with the smite went down. It's the jungler who has the bulk of their kills.
Oni! He whiffed on the ultimate. If that Moonfall connects, it's just the combo, and there's the kill. Oni trying to buy some time here on the bases. Still,
he's done it.
Back in base. Will be a turret. What more will it be? You can see peak performance over the wall. Nice laser from Outstep. Will help Lacan pick up the kill, and now Oni's efforts largely go to waste. The Baron still on to 5 members, RMC.
Okay, part of me actually wonders if White Snow might have survived if peak performance didn't come and help, because the Hullbreaker passive when you're alone is better. But I guess we'll never find out. And Lacan is alone. No Hullbreaker. Will absolutely get popped. It feels like every time we see York Lions or York University Varsity make a good play, it's almost immediately followed up by a pick.
Yeah, and again, it just feels like the comms are just not there. Another nice little steal from Peak Performance, starting to really annoy the York Lions members. And we talked about that scaling. We talked about the 2-item spike. Well, we're there, RMC. Upgraded Muramanas on both of these members. I'm pretty sure that Kaisa has both of her upgrades at this point on the Q and the W. That's all you need for this kit to basically be fully online. We can see the damage that Peak doesn't. What are we doing? Why are we all alone again in the jungle? Logia nearly dies, barely keeps himself alive.
but he does keep himself alive, and that's the important part. Monka finally lands a moonfall, but
There's no
follow-up.
combo.
Oh.
I feel personally assaulted right now, RMC. I don't know, like, what are we doing? Like, you can't alley-oop the ball if you're alone in the gym. What are they? What's the comms here?
I really don't know, DJ. I'm as baffled as you are. You dropped a Diana Yasuo, and we have yet to really see the combo succeed on multiple members. I think we saw it once in laning phase on a single member. And now Baron is ticking down. It's almost gone. And what have York Varsity achieved with this Baron? Next to nothing. Dragon coming up in 1 minute. And DJ, part of me feels like this next Dragon is going to be critical in T. If York Varsity cannot pull together a team fight, cannot pull together a win for this next Dragon here, I think University of Ottawa, Garnet, are just going to start overskilling at this point. The poke's going to be too good, and it shows that York just aren't practiced enough with this composition.
Just to keep our eye on here. Again, 15 stacks still on the Medjai's for Gumby Power. He just completed a Rabadon's death cap. That is one-shot potential on anyone here for York Lions. And, of course, on the other side of things, gotta look at this Yasuo Diana. We need a combo RMC with follow-up. Lacan has TP. He's going to go to 1v1 here. This is where we talk about that hole breaker. A lot of early damage from Lacan. White Snow trying to kite it back here. There's the heal already. Has to flash this.
Does he get it?
White Snow's going to get the 1v1. Ottawa Garnet continue to find plays, to find ways back. The hole breaker pays off, and now in a 4v5. White Snow has TP. He just needs head back. But he's not even going to go. There's a good stopwatch to get away from the final score. Good steal on the Drake. Can we get a combo at all? Logia kiting away. Great stuff from the AD carry. Will just dodge the W. There's the combo on the Gumby. He will die to the ultimate from Logia. Can they get extra kills? White Snow is in their base, drawing the TP. Out of Sweet Tangerine.
Logia!
W connects, and Oni will slay Logia. Now White Snow needs to kite away. Tangerine doesn't have ult. Monka going back in. On to Peak. Monka will take down Peak. Everything will finally quiet down here. Oni gonna pepper
snipes
a couple more W's. Doesn't have an ult to follow up, but can he find the snipe? Okay, we're finally going to pan away here. Observer says no more W's are to be worried about, and the fight can finally conclude, RMC. And the first time we've really seen York throw all their bodies at the problem.
Okay, I had said before, if they can't secure this Dragon, or if they lose this fight at Dragon, they've got problems. Thankfully, the York Varsity still managed to win that fight. So their comp is still online and running. In fact, they only dropped Logia at the end because of that snipe from Oni Akuma. The bigger problem now is Lacan and this build from Lacan. I understand the Prowler's Claw lethality. You were looking to try and duel 1v1, but this is not a squishy Graves. The Hull Breaker, the Death Dance at this point, makes it such that the Prowler's Claw really isn't the right call here. Lacan can't win the 1v1, and if he can't win the 1v1, it's not just that he can't win it, he can't even hold against this Graves either. It's the bigger problem. Gumby
Powder gonna get knocked up. He will ult away, so maybe not necessary on the combo. Is the ace in the hole? Do they have enough damage over the wall? Gumby still burning down. He'll dodge the final spark and stay alive. Critical for the side of Ottawa Garnet that their jungler survives RMC, especially Baron coming up in 40 seconds.
Yeah, Chrono Break and Moonfall on very similar timers at this point, so both will be up roughly at the same time here. And they're looking for Logia. Sprinkler might have overshot, but
Yeah, gonna go down into
passive.
the passive here. Reminder, he is not very tanky, but Peak gonna step up and keep his support alive. The threat of Oni and Peak, those two poke champions we talked about, way too much for Logia, and outstep to challenge alone. Will be Sprinkler still staying up, and the Baron coming up in just a few seconds here on this top side. Next Drake in 2 minutes 40 is a passive down though for Sprinkler on his next engage.
yeah, the benefits though for University of Ottawa Garnet right now is the map state. They have that top inhibitor down, so their supers pushing here, and somebody has to answer that. And meanwhile, bot side, that bot inhibitor turret went down a long time ago, so White Snow can just sit down there and pressure with that teleport and potentially take that inhibitor. Lacan, we already said before, is going to struggle to even try and hold this lane right here, so there's a pretty good chance that Ottawa just kind of call for that TP, force that 5v4 if they so wish.
he just went Fawn with his third item. Force of Nature not really going to help him against White Snow RMC. So definitely looking, if you are Lacan, for the team fights for this Baron. That seems to be the call from York Lions. And now with it on the map, you can see everybody starting to get vision, try to clear out this river. Again, Lacan does not win this 1v1, yet he's going in, dashing out. He's going to take a decent chunk here. Speaking of chunks, a couple of members starting to take some damage. Watching for the Baron. There's the second W. There's the dash in. Monka will get the knockup, but there's nobody in range again, and the jungler's just down. Logia now has to try to fight this one out. Has to kite this one out. Gets the space he needs.
Okay,
Akuma goes
Logia.
down. He doesn't have the space. Over the wall comes Gumby. He'll slay Logia. There goes the follow-up kill onto the support. Meanwhile, Lacan cannot hold White Snow in the bottom lane. Level 16 pop. He is going to try to go in onto White Snow, but again, this is just won by White Snow. He's fearless in the face of this crocodile, pushing into the base, and Sweet Tangerine forced to head for the hills, trying to keep himself juiced up, but I think he might just get dried out here, RMC,
back up
in a couple of seconds. Good dash away, good dodge away from Gumby on the queue, and he doesn't have any minions to work with. He's trying. Wind wall comes up. He's looking for it. There's the wave. All right, now we're dashing away, and he might just stay alive, RMC. Hold on here. Dashing back in, needs to land a knockup, can't do it, will finally fall down, and oh boy, outstep.
Oh no, outstep.
1, 2, 3, auto, 4, auto, yep, okay. Yep, that's Lux support, ladies and gentlemen. White Snow's level 18, and that's just Drake in 20 seconds. We'll go over to Ottawa Garnet. Will they just get both?
Yeah, I don't see why not here. I mean, Malka's got to try and contest one of them, but look at the vision control right now. They don't actually have vision in either pit. So while they can guess that Baron's being done, they don't know that for sure. And then just as they take Baron, Dragon's coming up as well. University of Ottawa might not actually get both because they might just look to push to end. Super's pushing in both side lanes.
17 seconds on Sweet Tangerine for the combo to come back up. Nearsighted is Logia, trying to clear this initial wave out. This is where the poke is so good for Ottawa. They just bully through the first turret. Second inhibitor will fall. It's actually the third inhibitor because of the work from White Snow earlier on, which means York going to be stuck in their base here against Baroned up super minions in the coming minutes, RMC, meaning you ain't contesting this next dragon, I feel.
Well, not going to be double supers because topside inhib did respawn in time.
Yeah,
but
good timing.
That is probably going to change because they're just going to pop White Snow topside. And then he's still got TP. He's just going to keep on pushing over and over and over again. And I don't know. I'm still baffled, DJ, and trying to get over how York Varsity just lost an 11,000 gold lead at sub 20-minute levels to get to this point. And I fear that we might have hit the point now where York Varsity don't win the team fights. We've seen University of Ottawa just play these so well. They've not even given a chance for these big team fights to come through. They're coming from multiple angles, and they keep finding picks. Logia, Outstep, Sweet Tangerine, Monka, they're all so squishy.
The only level 16, you can see Gumby hunting for him, looking for another one of those picks so many times. They have found York Lions members not hunting with the rest of the Pride RMC, hunting alone. And Solitary Lion is a weak lion. Outstep has to be so careful. He'll land light binding, but it's only on the White Snow. They're not messing with White Snow at this point. And now Lacan in a bit of a weird angle. He's gonna get beset upon by a couple of members. Loki here to help. Gonna pop right onto White Snow. And White Snow might have gone too far. He will get shut down. Now Peak Performance has to dash away. Moonfall did go out from Monka, so the combo will be offline. But great work from Lacan and the rest of the squad to bait in White Snow.
I'm going to be honest, DJ. I've kind of given up hope on getting the Moonfall Last Breath combo at this point. Like, Sweet Tangerine will manufacture his own picks, and Monka will do his own thing. I'm glad they did get that critical pick, though, because it's buying them the time, and more importantly, it's keeping that top lane inhibitor alive. As long as that inhib doesn't fall, there's still a chance for them to get back into this game. Baron's a ways away, as is that next dragon here, and York are at Soul Point. They are the ones who are going to be able to take Soul a bit more effectively on that next dragon.
Could be a way back in, but there it goes. The top inhibitor down. What can they take for it? In goes Tangerine. Big chunk on the peak. He's just walked away. He's still in trouble. There goes the exhaust. He will go down. It's going to be in trade.
He's still alive!
Green as he does finally go down on the back end, but what can York get done now with the AD carry down? Teleported from Whitestone to protect the last 3 members. It doesn't even look like they
Oh,
care.
outstep.
And there's the connection on outstep. Down he goes to the collateral damage. And this could just be the end. The Nexus turrets are so low. There's no combo remaining. Logia going to do his best, but Logia is just going to get popped and call it a throw and a half. You got to catch it as well. It's going to be Ottawa Garnet taking game number 1 from 11K gold down, RMC.
I'm speechless, DJ. Well, what is there to say after that? I mean, York varsity, sure, they played individually well. You could see moments of it. But this is not the York University I remember from Proving Grounds by a long shot. And University of Ottawa Garnet, huge props to them. Their mental was so resilient, so strong. And their comp was the harder to execute composition. And a lot of that comes from White Snow being as strong as he was on Graves, still building the Hullbreaker despite the nerfs. And that showed him pulling apart members, constantly getting those objectives, getting those inhibitors down, was a massive part of why Garnet ended up winning that series, or that game, pardon me.
Yep, credit to White Snow for being that focal point for the team, for being the rock that they could gather around in that mid game to undo that 11K gold lead. And now they've got all the momentum to go into this game too. An 11K gold deficit has been overturned. I don't know if I've ever done that in all of my games of League of Legends RMC, regardless of the level, right? It doesn't really matter. A lead like that is nearly insurmountable. And now you of Ottawa will believe that they can get anything done in this series, even against opponents like York Lions, who will have to find a way to reset the mental before game number 2. But stick around, because we'll be going to a short break before we come back with that game 2 to see if York Lions can figure out how to hunt as a pack and try to force this one to game 3. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for game 2 in this best of 3 series between U of Ottawa Garnet and York Lions. And my God, RMC, I mean, it still doesn't feel like it's real a little bit after game number 1. I mean, an 11K gold lead at 15 minutes is not something we see that often at high-level League of Legends.
No.
We even more
No.
rarely see that 11K gold deficit get turned over for the other team to win in 30 minutes.
Yeah. And DJ, part of me still trying to process how York Varsity just never came together as 5. I can forgive you losing an 11K gold lead. I can forgive, the fact that you got such a good lead and you just threw continuously. What I cannot understand is why you dropped a Diana Yasuo and then just never pull off that combo. DJ, the thing with York Varsity too is that they don't need that combo. That is not even a combo they've been using that much here in NECC. So I think just go back to what has worked for you. Go back to, the Cassiopeia, the Silas, the Syndra here, or the side of Sweet Tangerine. And Logia, as well as Outstep, the Caitlyn Lux is fine. I think that much can stay, and that's why we see the Lux banned. So Caitlyn Morgana, if you want to, I think it's still a fine bot lane to run. And then Lacan, please don't build Prowler's Claw and Renekton. That's cheese, and it's not particularly a good one either.
Kaisa, though, still goes through the picks and bans here, RMC. You did, in between break, think this one would be taken off the table, but instead it will be available. It will be picked up once again by U of Ottawa, and we saw that pick turn into a terrifying presence, of course, once those 2 upgrades came in. We say it's the 2-item power spike. Really, we say that because that's about the time you get your 2 upgrades, or I think you need the 2-item power spike and 1 extra amplifying tome to get there, or at least be level 13 if I'm not mistaken. Either way, once those 2 upgrades are online, you can see what the champion can do.
Yeah, and the biggest problem that game was that they let Oni Akuma hit that stage where the poke could come through and just absolutely shred everybody in those fights. And the thing is, you have to end the game before that or keep Kaisa down, neither of which happened. Now, for York Varsity, they are making major changes here, but picking a Misfortune early is a little bit concerning to me. That suggests that they want to team fight some more. And after the last game, DJ, I'm still scarred.
Yeah, man. I mean, you have to imagine that York Lions thinks the same thing that we did, which is they just threw that game, right? I mean, you had a 15K, an 11K gold lead, right? You were playing so well in the early game. They have to believe that they can do the same thing as composition. And this time around, they will just play the mid game better. And they are on slightly different champions already. They've taken away probably the biggest problem with that comp last game, RMC, with that Graves now on their side. But we see a slight variation here in the last game. Peak was on the Ezreal. Now going to go to the Varus for a little bit more stand and fire and a little bit more pushing power in the early game.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit surprised by that change up here, but you're picking the Varus, and that tells me that you're looking to try and win this bot lane into the Misfortune. Varus, one of the few AD carries who can go toe-to-toe and actually win in those early trades, and you outrange her with your poke as well. So a bit of a change up. I don't know if we'll come back and bite them considering how hard Logia and Outstep won the lane last time. Granted, that was with Caitlyn Lux. So a bit of a challenge, and we'll have to see how it goes. Now, both these teams will be looking potentially for their solo lanes. That Graves, though, is a flex for York and could go top or jungle. So mid plus either jungle or top.
We'll see those bans coming through now. That's the Silas taken away. That's that specialty Silas support we mentioned. Can't leave that one up, RMC. We can't be given Sprinkler, one of these champs you don't seem to play against that often in the bottom lane. As we mentioned, last game in a very stretched out analogy, it has scarred. Weird things have scarred me before, and clearly they scar Outstep as well.
Yeah, especially considering that they might not want to blind pick it or Sweet Tangerine here. So just gonna give that just pop that on the ban list. We do see the Diana banned away by the side of University of Ottawa Garnet. And I appreciate that while the Last Breath Moonfall combo didn't work, individually, both the Yasuo and Diana looked good. And keep in mind, Monka just absolutely ripped apart the early game there with that pickup. And so we do see the Leona ban. Oh, pardon me, it wasn't the solo lanes they're picking the side of University of Ottawa, my bad. It's top and support here. So I do like the Leona takeaway. It is a great answer into the Nautilus. There are still other options, though. Tom Kench is available. Thresh can provide safety for this Varus as well.
Thresh would be a decent option. We'll find out what the options are here. We already see the lane in the on the side of York Lions. Now we'll see what they're thinking about for a mid or a jungle. Of course, this Graves could still be a jungler RMC. I would be surprised to see it go there, right? We've seen a couple of picks, but definitely more of a top laner at the moment. Could still be, though. 5 seconds left on this pick. Likely want to give Sweet Tangerine a counter pick at this point if you possibly can, although they actually already see the Kai'Sa, excuse me. So they're just going to lock in the Victor into this Kai'Sa. So scaling for scaling, as this isn't really something that can punish it that hard in lane.
Scaling for scaling, and also a very different take on how they want to play the mid to late game here, DJ. We already said with Kai'Sa, with Varus, you're looking at heavy poke for the side of University of Ottawa here, whereas York University, Victor tells me team fight combined with that Nautilus, with that Misfortune here. And again, I'm concerned, do you have a tank to soak the poke that's going to come out from Oni Akuma, from peak performance? And do you have a way to actually force the engage here? I don't know if the Nautilus is consistent enough.
Set going to be locked in on the side of U of Ottawa. I would imagine that this is could be the support still here, RMC, something that can definitely play the early laning phase if they want to win a lane. Set's usually not a bad way to go, and it will be that set support as Jace will be locked into the Graves. This matchup is interesting for me for White Snow. He did dominate last game in a ranged matchup, but usually Graves is picked into the Jace as something that can survive the lane against him, but instead they're going to go Gragas to try and survive the Jace lane and move that Graves onto Monk in the jungle.
Okay, I like the Gragas pickup here, not so much for what it can do in lane, though Gragas can lane pretty well into the Jace here, especially, if you've got a little bit of jungle help, but more because I was getting worried that they needed some form of engage to force these fights. You've got triple poke on the side here of University of Ottawa Garnet with that Jace as well, and we already saw what they can do. NECC damage profile to physical from Jason Varus, magic damage from the Kai'Sa, and it feels like another time attack for York University Varsity here. You gotta win out early. If it gets past the mid game here, there's just too many forms of poke. The siege is just way, way, way too strong, and that set from Sprinkler is the disengage button. It's the reset button. Sprinkler might die trying to stop the engage here, but he can do it. And once he does it, the poke continues. And yeah, I think I'm favoring University of Ottawa Garnet's draft a little bit more right now.
Liking it once again here, RMC, right? We had a lot more questions about it in game number 1, right? Whether they could survive the early game, which again, it didn't look like they had. It looked like they were doomed, but we got to that inevitability point. We got to the point where they were winning the poke war, they were winning the team fight war, and this time around, a lot more tools in their back pocket to play that early game, to play around this spot side if they want to. So I'm with you. I think this has been a pretty big improvement for them on blue side, and we'll have to see what York Lions has cooking for themselves. They have definitely set up more for the team fight around kind of a scaling jungler as well. So definitely a different look than game number 1. And to be a little fair to them, as you mentioned, right, these are not things that we saw them run in game number 1 that they've used all season. Maybe this was something they wanted to practice, being 5-0. At this point, I'd have to imagine they'll make any playoff bracket we have going on here in the NECC. But now, backs up against the wall, it might just have to be that return to the things they are comfortable with and they've been winning with.
Yeah, and again, we'll have to see how they perform with the composition. Their individual mechanics really weren't the issue with the way they played. If you remember the early game there, every single lane except for top was winning. And even in the top lane, Lacan wasn't exactly losing initially. It was, really in the mid game that Lacan started to fall behind here. So yeah, individually, again, they have a lot of tools to make things happen. The question is always going to be, can they unite in the mid game to make it work? And for University of Ottawa Garnet, part of me kind of wants to see them sit back a little bit, play a little bit more passively here. You don't have to play aggressively. Last time they had to do it. The Zac this time, you don't. The Nautilus has to trade into you, and you've got the set to answer. So a lot less pressure, at least in the 1v1s, the 2v2s.
Less pressure indeed this time around. So maybe not an 11K gold lead we'll be looking at, hopefully this time, RMC. So then we don't have to be incredulous when it vanishes into thin air. That'd that'd be a rough day at the stock market for me, RMC, if I watched an 11K gold lead dissipate into thin air. So I will be impressed, and I will be hoping to see York Lions, right, again, bounce back at the very least mentally here, regardless of what the draft has been for them, right? We know this team, what they can do. We know how good they are. And now we're going to see a mental test for them because, again, I don't think it matters who you are. I don't think it matters how much of the champion you've played. Dropping an 11K gold lead is never going to feel good, and it is going to take some fortitude to bounce back from.
Yeah, and to me, you know, we're going to see it in the individual laning right off the bat, how it kind of breaks down here. Starting from top side, I mean, Jace Gragas matchup, that is a skill-based matchup there. Gragas can poke the Jace. It is range into melee, but Body Slam can very quickly close that distance, so it's a lot about how White Snow spaces that top lane there. The mid lane, Victor versus Kai'Sa, that's an interesting one as well, because technically they're both range, but both of them need time to scale. So I kind of expect to see it be a very hands-off lane, at least on the part of the Kai'Sa on Oniakuma's side. Poke if you can, but I'm not looking for active trades, whereas Sweet Tangerine, I need to see that pressure come through early when you hit that level 6 to kill that Kai'Sa or force them off the farm. If you both skill up, she will outrange you with her poke. And the bot lane, once again, is where my eyes are at. You don't have the Zac that has the fight, but you do have an Nautilus in a set. Both of them melee style supports, which will like to brawl. And you've got the Varus and Misfortune, both sort of early game style AD carries who want to take over early, don't scale amazingly well into the late. So I expect to see bot side action with the junglers looking to get down there fairly quickly.
I'm right with you, RMC. We saw a lot of excitement down there in the early game of game number 1. Of course, Gumby Power was almost forced to head down there with how that lane did start for them. It ended up hurting at the start, paying off later on. This time around, definitely think he's the jungler that can make more happen, right? If there's one thing we know about Graves, dude likes to farm. Dude doesn't really like to gank that much, you know, even kind of post level 6. So we'll have to kind of get the timings right here if you are Monka, but I'm right with you. I think this bottom lane should be fairly explosive once again, and Peak and Sprinkler are going to want to continue to fight back after that game 1 where they turn it around again in that mid game, but they don't want the lane to go anything like it did in game 1, at least in the early stages.
For sure. And DJ, I mean, yes, Graves likes to farm, but I would like to put the caveat that if you find squishy lanes, Graves ganks can be devastating just with the sheer amount of damage that they bring in. And once again, University of Ottawa, their comp is very, very squishy. So there is a window of opportunity that you just outburst them ASAP here. And for that reason, I would like to see Monka maybe take a break from farming every once in a while, get out there, you know, meet people a little bit, even if it is with the shotgun to the face. Yeah. Stop touching grass in this case.
Get on out, touch the grass, then move on and take that next step, right? RMC post-COVID world here. Get on out, shake a couple hands, get a couple drinks together. Peak, don't do it again. Not again. Okay. Whew. Dude, RMC, I was having flashbacks, man. PTSD. This man was walking literally into the same spot where he got light binded last game.
Yeah, and outside, he just had to throw out a hook, right? And that would have been at least a flash burn. But defensive vision having to come out from Peak Performance to make sure he doesn't get caught. And no real invade coming out whatsoever here. Everybody just defensive starts. And I'm liking where I'm seeing the junglers here, DJ. They're both starting topside. And if junglers start topside, that means better than even chances. We see action bot.
Oh, you know it, baby. Level 3, level 4, we'll see them headed down towards that bottom side, meaning we can get some more action. It's almost like they're still playing with a Caitlyn lane, RMC, where you just kind of have to path down to the Caitlyn lane. Just sort of in the contract for any jungler here to path towards that one. So hopefully we do see some bloodshed once again in the early game. Certainly made it exciting for us in game number 1. And we see the early poke going on here from Tangerine. I like the spell choice. As you mentioned, you want to try and pressure the Kai'Sa just a little bit. You do kind of have the advantage in this lane. Something similar we see played into Corki when this matchup was super popular as well.
Yeah, it's almost the exact same situation. Corki basically is a shorter range, higher cooldown, or lower cooldown, more spammy version of the Kai'Sa poke here. We did get to Glim's bot side. I love what Outstep's doing, by the way. Constantly just trying to zone out, threaten the hook here. And Sprinkler is not having a great time of it, unfortunately. He has to constantly step up and eat some poke from Logia there because you have to be in front of Peak Performance to make sure he doesn't get hooked.
taking a little bit of that poke. Can get some back when the W comes through later on with the wave clear. Should have it by now at the level 2, but you can see the wave still in a decent spot for Loki and company, and he had enough time as Gumby Powder still headed down towards that bottom side. Full clear coming out from Monka. Same can be said for Gumby, who's just a little bit ahead at the moment with that clearing. It's just a dead even wave state. You can definitely see a gank come through at some point here. Level 3 is looking to be ticked in just a couple levels, RMC. And again, it could be any moment you can see Sprinkler or Outstep headed on in to start these fights.
Well, DJ, I think already York Varsity actually finding leads in most of their lanes here. The tier start from Lacan's letting him out-spam White Snow, and White Snow can't match with that push, with that mana bot side as well here. Peak performance down significant amounts of CS, more than I was expecting already. And mid lane, while the CS is equal, only Akuma's trading health to try and get farm right now.
We saw a brief blink there to the mid lane. Oni was pretty low, was already chugged through a good amount. All the pots really just has one more cookie in inventory, and LS is mauling somewhere, RMC, but it probably feels pretty good for Oni at the moment. We're going to get cleared out. Hook going to land. Only level 2 for Sprinkler. He's got to flash away. Not even sure if he has the W. This makes any potential counter engage tough. Now it makes it impossible, as that stun field will reveal that Gumby Powder is around.
Speaking of stun fields, only Akuma has to be careful playing around this gravity field here. Really getting shoved in, but both of them are running out of mana, and Sweet Tangerine probably going to look to reset soon. Wonka was bot side shading as well there, so we'll be able to protect against any sort of Gumby aggression in that bot side. And 400 gold or 300 plus gold right now difference strictly from laning.
Yeah, don't want to see any of that Gumby action. You don't want to see him wiggling on into your lane, right? That weird contorted body just gonna scare the crap out of you as he tries to waddle on in, take you down. Of course, Echo doesnn't have quite that kind of body. Would be similar if he was playing Ivern. I think it would be very similar, right? That would have the similar energy we'd be looking for from Gumby.
I don't even think Ivan just strolls along merrily here.
Nah,
DJ.
man, nah. That's like the same kind of gait. That like long, weird stride. Like he's got his arms kind of like flapping around as he walks in.
I will not stand for this discrimination against pacifists here, DJ. Ivern is the coolest jungler who doesn't hurt other who freeze jungle critters.
He's not the only pacifist here, man.
Name one other pacifist.
He's the most overt one in Kit, dude. You think these champions have a choice? They've been summoned. They've been put to this rift against their own will. Not all of them want to fight, man. That's so mean to all these people who just want people. You think Karma wants to fight?
Yes. You know how many minions they slaughter on a regular basis, DJ?
Oh, now this just sounds personal, RMCZ. This sounds like a you problem.
Whoa. Here I thought we were a duo that we stick together as catches. I see that we are wrong. And speaking of sticking together, though, Monka sticking and hovering around that mid lane. They want to dive Oni. Akuma. Oni is so low mid lane right now.
Yeah, the amount of damage kind of giving us a short circuit here as well. Oni Akuma has health bar about as low as our resolution at the moment. Finally going to get that one back, and will it be just in time to see a kill? Gumby only level 4 at the moment. Having to dash away, he's going to get stunned by the gravity wall. Boy, oh boy, does this feel bad, RMC. Even if they don't get dove, they both feel trapped here at the moment.
Yeah, and Monka is just taking away the Raptors because Monka is stronger here. Do they? No, I don't think they got vision on Oni's basing, but Monka?
He's gonna flash in. He's not quite gonna connect.
Oh,
he's still alive. He has the ultimate. They're gonna outplay Monka. Monka lives up to his name, buddy. What are you doing?
Oh man, reject humanity, embrace Monka, right? That's the meme. You might have taken his Raptors, but Gumby will take your life there. And Sweet Tangerine, great, you get pushed, but you're a victor. You can't even get the plate, and you're kind of low on mana as well from all that poking. So University of Ottawa Garnet going to be happy with that particular trade in the mid lane. They would be happier if they could get the kill on Oni Akuma, but I think on Gumby, if Gumby can get ganks, pardon me, going here, he'll be just fine.
I'm gonna land. Sprinkler's level 5 though. He doesn't feel it that much from Outstep. Good chunk down onto peak performance. Will win the trade for the side of York Lions. This bottom lane went pretty well for them despite the draft differences in game 2. Or you, Ottawa. W going to land. There's a
Ooh,
flash.
flashes.
Dredge line will draw the flash out of peak performance. Good respectful disengage. Now Sprinkler trying to go on to Logia, who might have to flash as well. He's
Ooh.
not going to respect the combo, and he will
Ignite.
just barely stay alive through the ignite with the heal, but he cannot be a part of the rest of the fight. Here comes Monka. Peak performance is burning down, but he'll stay alive in time to get one last auto out. He will take down Outstep. Sprinkler down to one.
Oh, no
auto.
W.
Monka will pick it up. It's a double kill over to the jungler of York Lions.
Logia barely surviving with the heal and flash blown, but because Logia does survive, they do get this push here. They will get a plate if they want to. Nope, okay, they didn't push for the plate there. But yeah, still, that's huge for Logia. And this CS lead, the CS differential is significant. Now, Misfortune has unlocked that bullet time. Meanwhile, Peak Performance still down experience here, and this might come back to bite them.
He's going to be taking away a red buff, but that's all he'll get for his troubles. I got to give some credit to Logia here, RMC. Those... Well, here's the not quite gonna knock him in. The classic cask insect that he was looking for won't quite come off, but Logia, man, those are some balls of steel, dude. Because I would have been flashed away from that face breaker as fast as I possibly could have, and this man survives with like 10 HP, baits him into 2 kills, and that's gonna be feeling so good for Monka.
I mean, Logia did burn the flash pretty quickly there as well with the heal to get out. So ultimately did get expended. But like you said, the 2 kills going over does sort of equalize the situation a bit, give York back that lead that they had been accruing in their lane. Now, Outstep here, having been kind of abandoned by Logia, has to be careful. That was the Chain of Corruptions used.
Step trying to walk away. He doesn't really have any support. He's going to die for
there's
this.
no
But what can they
flash.
get back? It's a huge bullet time. They're going to get the kill. Outstep will go down just barely to the haymaker on the back end and nearly gets the bait outplay once again.
And once again, like you said, DJ, this is not an equal trade. It's 80 carry for support. Peak Performance falling even further behind. Monka has to be careful. Gumby can turn on this. Does have ult available.
Gets the shield, but we'll just walk away. It's enough of a disengage for now. Push also belongs to Sweet Tangerine at the moment. Of course, Oni can always join if he does land a W. Use that killer instinct to reposition himself. Monka just going to walk down. Make sure this lane can push in. And oh boy, that is an overextended support, RMC. And sets are pretty tanky. But how tanky is the question? He's going to try to work himself out of this one. Still has the shield. Out comes the haymaker, and he will not survive. There's the collateral damage, and that'll pretty much ruin the counter gank attempt from Gumby. He's going to get hooked up, have to kite on out, won't have to expend his ultimate just yet, but he will not get any follow-up kills, and it's just a positive play for York Lions.
That collateral damage, a bit more burst than I was expecting to see come through. Really well played, and this bot side for University of Ottawa is just bleeding again. The good news for University of Ottawa is that it is again, and they survived last game with a massive deficit. Once again, Misfortune, not the best skilling up 80 carries here, so if you can hold out long enough, you'll be fine. And top side, White Snow, still doing pretty decently, pretty comfortably. Not as big a lead as last game, but White Snow has been the one to get the push and has been seemingly winning the last couple of trades we saw.
Even on CS, you can see those critical items coming through for Jace, right? Really loves the 2-item power spike in particular when the Muramana upgrades alongside the Eclipse. He's halfway to that Eclipse. Should be finishing it fairly soon here, RMC on 87 CS. Maybe another wave or two before we see that one come through. Is a bit more poke gonna land here. Again, out comes the Chain of Corruption. Stopwatch, though, is available for the side for Outstep. He's going to use the ult to try to kite that out of this one. The bullet time wasn't as good this time around, meaning that the Q will come in, piercing our
keep going.
Logia probably going to get taken down. Get the trade kill on the last couple of ticks of his raid of bullets. Meanwhile, Monka in some trouble, having to kite out away from Gumby Powder, who will stay alive. Coming Lacan. Can they actually collapse on this member? Nope, just going to dash over the wall. He'll be just fine, and that's a good turnaround for the bottom side of U of Ottawa.
Yeah, sure, Peak Performance did go down again, but this time you pick up 2 kills, and that's worth it as the AD carry. And you managed to take Logia down top side, though. We are seeing a bit of trading happen there. They got the aggression on Gumby because White Snow was on a recall, but Teleport expended is going to get back in time here to try and contest. Mid lane, though, is becoming a problem. This is probably the lowest turret, and while Oni Akuma, like we said, not too far behind in terms of farm right now, has been trading not just his own health, but the turret's health as well. And if that turret goes down early, the University of Ottawa Garnet team is really going to struggle to take control of the maps and actually contest objectives.
Really 4 plates taken by this Victor in mid lane. Sweet Tangerine feeling real saucy right now. See, he's almost done with his mythic item, about 30 CS up or so RMC. And that's good pressure from a lane that we wanted it from. It's really the only place where we haven't seen a lot of action outside that kind of weird 2v2 where Monka went in and got outplayed for first blood. Otherwise, it's been pretty silent down there. While, as we predicted, the bot lane has been very bloody once again. Finally, a little bit of a turnaround, though, for Ottawa. You can see Oni has to flash away. Tangerine going to take a couple turret shots. He'll walk himself on out after getting that summoner spell. It's just flash for flash at the end of the day.
Flash for flash, but more time to chip away at that mid lane turret. It's now on a hope and a prayer right now. Sweet Tangerine should be able to get pushed top side. White Snow.
Flash in from Lacan, and oh boy, the cask does not knock White Snow into the turret. And this chase down could be on. He has to flash away from the accelerated shock blast. Nice combo from White Snow. Now mid lane. Trouble here. There's the setup, and Tangerine can't push the wave. Doesn't matter how much CS he has. He doesn't have the items.
No.
3 members in bot side, though, means 1 kill already going to come down. There's the flashing from Monka. Peak's got absolutely nowhere to go. It's just a double kill. Back over to Monka for the 2nd time when he comes down to bot lane, and that should be the full first turret going down.
Herald being dropped as well.
Gumby.
He has ult.
Buddy. They flash away. Good respect from Logan. Oh boy, now Gumby. Yeah, I don't know where he's got to go here. He still has ultimate. He could try to get out. Good kiting away. Okay, great. Oh, he might get the kill. Outsteps the trouble.
No!
Okay, there's nothing left. There's nothing left for Gumby. So close to outplaying. I think Outstep was honestly trying to wait there to root him up and disrespected the damage just a little bit, RMC, but they do manage to get the kill at the end of the day. And
okay.
Goodbye, my brother.
You know what? You can't argue your Sprinkler's off meta picks when he's able to do this. He's got the bulk of the kills on the team right now. And it's not kill steals. These are all literal kill secures because his AD carry is usually dead and or not present. And for Gumby, I almost feel like if he had just proto-built it immediately, he could have found the kill onto Outstep and maybe even threatened Logia there. We'll never know, unfortunately. It didn't quite happen. And Logia should be able to safely wave clear. That turret is still so healthy. We're past 14 mid mark as well. So not really any advantage left for you of Ottawa Garnet to push in this bot side.
Fortunately not. No plates available for them. No bullet time to clear, but Logia, you just fine. We'll head on back to base. It's like base is coming through from the U of Ottawa side as well, so they don't feel the need to take the turret at this point in the game. Just going to go a little bit back to neutral here, RMC. Definitely a closer early game this time around. At this point in the last game, we had an 11K gold lead here for York Lions. This time around, just a 3K gold lead, but of course, got a lot more scaling and team fighting this time around. It can still be pretty happy where some of their players are, particularly, of course, Monka on 2 items with 5 kills.
Yeah, you can see that there are very specific players who are picking up all the kills for both these teams right now. Monka being the big focus for York, like I mentioned, but Logia as well. 3, 1, and 5, these sort of big carries. And for the side of the University of Ottawa, Garnet here, hold up, Lacan.
White Snow does not have any mana. Lacan trying to get it done. Meanwhile, Hex is stolen away to even up the count. Gumby's been so good around these objectives in this series to this point. There won't even be a kill on top side, meaning that is just a win in U of Ottawa's books.
I'll count the steal a win, but the top side barely surviving there. I don't know about that. Lacan's gonna get a bunch of turret damage here. I don't think he can take it on this particular push, but it's set up for the next time the push comes through. And now White Snow coming back to lane here. You can see Outstep still in the area. They might try and ambush Jace en route to this turret.
Oh no, White Snow. Oh, he susses it out, baby. Gonna connect to the accelerated shock blast, and he knows. But the question is, does he know how many members? He's gonna take a big chunk out of the bull time. He'll get rooted up and taken down. Now can Outstep outplay this one? Gonna use the ultimate to knock up Gumby Powder. Charge not gonna lock him up for enough time, but they will chunk him out, meaning this might just be more damage onto the second tier turret of the wave. A little bit too small. And York Lions will have to retreat back out through the jungle with the job done. Mid lane turret down, top lane turret down, bot lane turret down. The whole suite of first turrets are gone.
Despite the fact that York Varsity don't have as big a lead this game, I do like what we're seeing from them. I feel like it's a lot more methodical. They're not kind of throwing away free kills here. And University of Ottawa, it feels like they're really struggling here. They aren't that far apart in kills, but in terms of objectives taken right now, they just don't feel like they have any pushing pressure whatsoever. And the poke hasn't quite come online yet. The mana mune, not a single one converted to a mirror mana for the side of Garnet yet. And I'm waiting. If they start losing inner turrets before their mirror manas come online, then maybe I feel comfortable that York can take the game.
Hard to say right now, right? Our trust is a little afraid right now in gold leads and York Lions. So we're gonna hold off on this one, RMC. But I'm with you. The game looks very in control at the moment. Of course, critical members have gold in their back pockets at this point. They have a lot more team fighting options. Still a while to go before any sort of Drake, so we'll definitely see Baron become more of a threat before that is on the table, thanks to that steal from Gumby Powder on the last, or Gumby Power, excuse me, on the last Drake. So still good lead. We like the lead. Not enough for us to be sitting here saying that this game is anywhere near over as we get into the mid-game phases.
Yeah, and that last Dragon steal from Gumby was actually absolutely massive. Not just because a steal is always nice, especially when you're behind, but because it stopped the Dragon stacking here, right? And if York gets Soul, Hulk is a lot less effective. Ooh, Oni.
Kuma still has Flash as well, so he'll be just fine. I was talking to you about this kind of in the break as well. If you have Flash on the Kaisa, you're fairly mobile. You can get out of a lot of CCing situations with the ult and the Flash. If you're flashless, you're not that safe. But with both those available, pretty easy for Oni to get out. But I think the job done there by Outstep buys enough time for that turret to go down. Getting on the other side of the map, but boy, oh boy, is Gumby low. It's gonna get stolen away. Has to ult out. Gumby Power will just stay alive. Will he get run down? Lacan's very strong. Lacan's flashing in to pick up that kill, and now it's a bit of a corral here for the side of York Lions. Logia very low. Could be a problem as the rest of the champions start to build in. Logia will go down. Tangerine flashing over the wall. Trying to get the last auto in. The laser will take down his counterpart, but now it's Oni. Kind of the last carry left in the fight. He's showing up late. There's no way for Tangerine to join, which means Lacan is almost certainly here. The last Q will take him down over the wall. And sweet Tangerine has to head for the hills with the Rift Herald secured in the back pocket of the now dead Lacan.
Yeah, so steals back and forth here. Now Herald picked up by York, and for all the same reasons that the Dragon Steal was so important, for York, this is an opportunity as well to try and crack turrets as quickly as they can to accelerate the pace of the game. You're already starting to see that Garnet are starting to scale up here, and White Snow almost at that mirror mana point, only Akuma as well. The amount of poke they were putting out in that fight on the back end of things as they're the only two survivors is starting to stack up. And once again, there is a better tank this game for York in the shape of Lacan, but even Lacan can't handle that much poke right now. Armor or magic, you can only kind of pick one of them right now.
Gumby has to go into stasis here. He'll pop out into a rain of bullets from the bullet time. It's not enough to take him down, but he is going to be chunked out while Sweet Tangerine got a kill onto peak performance on the backside. That's a huge pickup for York Lions. That's going to pretty much guarantee this Drake in a couple of seconds. As you can see Ottawa, they want nothing to do with this one.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like we said, the Dragon stacking, each ocean you give over does suck a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. You just really need to make sure they don't get soul here. And I like that they're trying to get that vision on that Baron here. You can give up Dragon. You cannot afford to give up Baron.
Unless it was game one, of course.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. Logia there, 40%, one hit, mark that, because now mirror mana is completed for Oni Akuma here. That's when the hurt is really going to start coming through. White Snow, mirror mana completed as well. So these two,
we here, baby. We out here for this Kaisa support. I know half the community is just like, this is a bait pick, which I kind of think it is. RMC, I'll be honest, it is pretty weak in lane, kind of hard to get things done, as we kind of saw in game number one. But I've been saying it, man. Once you hit this point, now with these two items completed, right, with that extra amp tail means the W's online, you can just win fights before they even start. The poke is disgusting. It's so strong, and really only Lacan can tank it on this team.
Yeah, and the questions for Hollow. Actually, Outstep could tank. I just realized Outstep built a War Mogs really early.
Good work. That is clever, Outstep. I like it. Not gonna help him in fights, but I don't think they need that much help in fights. Gumby Power he needs a lot of help right now. He's gonna ult, but
He's dead.
doesn't take him very far. It's a nice stopwatch. This one is not going to save him. Boom goes the dynamite as Monka will pick up that kill. And guess what, RMC? There's a Baron on the map.
Yeah, and there's a smite off the map, DJ. So Gumby can't even smite steal this. This is when you need to prove your value as poke champions. Can you poke them down here? Can you do enough damage to dissuade them? Unfortunately, White Snow isn't here, so it's all on only Akuma, and you can't do it fast enough. Baron's half health.
And Peak just goes down to a quarter HP from one laser from Sweet Tangerine on this 2-item spike. Poke's not going to be enough. RMC outstepping Lacan, do plenty of frontlining with these items with tankiness. Back on out of here with 5 Barons to their name. White Snow will try to trade a turret. I don't think he's gonna get it.
Yeah, he's gonna get it.
We'll trade a turret here for the Baron. 600 extra gold in his back pocket. And now, big question for York Lions. Game number 1, we were joking about it a little bit. Baron was not very effective for them. Monka. Okay, Monka just going in for the 1v1. He's gonna live. Oni's low and Oni dies. Monka baits him in, and already it's a better Baron than we saw in game number 1.
Okay, and it's worth noting as well that when they traded the inner turret for Baron. They not only traded it for Baron, but they traded it for their own mid lane inner turret. Herald got dropped by Lacan on that push, and it took out mid inner as well as really severely damaging that mid inhibitor turret as well. So that's going to go down real quick here. And University of Ottawa, they can't respond. This is much more effective than what we saw last game. Last game, York couldn't quite break the base turrets.
That's a great depth charge right into the bullet time. Classic combination. Will net a double kill for Logan. That could just be the end. RMC, one turret already down. Oni's trying to come up, but it's not that much wave clear. It's good poke onto Logia. White Snow trying to get something done on the back end. He's just going to get dredge lined up, rooted down, taken out. Lacan is frontlining. York Lions have proved that game 1 might just have been an aberration. They're going to take game 2 in just 24.5 minutes and send us the distance in this series.
Well, DJ, York Varsity looking much more comfortable on these picks here, and you love to see it, right? Logia and Outstep have shown that, okay, they don't need the Caitlyn Lux cheese here. They can play other bot lanes with a strong early game and still absolutely crush it. And for University of Ottawa Garnet, they ran back a very similar composition to that game 1. And now the question is, what else do you have to show here? The poke comp, it was a good idea, but unfortunately, York do have answers, and they've shown that, hey, we can match you in your lanes. The fact that White Snow couldn't get as big a lead, I think, was a big factor in their loss this game.
Completely agree with you, RMC. We've seen the answers from York Lions, and importantly in this game, we see the mental fortitude, the bounce back from the throw in game number 1. No problems, full control, it felt like, in this game 2 to send us to game 3. And now all we have to do is get onto the exciting part, right? A full best of 3 between these two teams. We've already seen 2 pretty exciting and incredible games. So we're going to throw it right to a break. Go get your popcorn. Go get your soda. Get yourselves ready. It's a game 3 to decide the series between Ottawa and York Lions when we return. Hey, welcome on back to the NECC for our final game of this best of 3 series between York Lions and U of Ottawa RMC. This has been a pretty thrilling day. Again, we had a very, very rare occurrence in game number 1 with a massive gold lead thrown, then a very controlled game in game number 2 for York Lions, and now we will come down to the decider between these two teams at the top of the standing to see who will reign supreme. Because again, they haven't played each other yet. So if this is 5-1, 5-1 after you've auto win, they technically got the head. I don't really know how tiebreakers work here. I'm sure they'll both go to the playoffs either way, but it'll sure feel great for U of Ottawa to have that in their hands.
For sure. I mean, seeding matters as well, of course, in the playoffs. So the higher you can climb, the better you go. And for our third straight game in this series, DJ, the teams do not switch sides. It is still University of Ottawa Garnet on the blue side here and York University Varsity on the red side.
Yeah, apparently very committed to their sides here, believing that is the powerful part of the rift for them. Of course, for York, we saw it's great for them in the early game. We finally saw a little bit of that mid game and late game in game number 2. And we'll see if we go for a similar composition this time around in RMC. Of course, we were talking about familiarity, the comfort with more of the scaling team fighting kind of picks that we saw in game 2. So seems like the way you'd want to go if you want to win this series cleanly. You never know. These are players that have a lot of in their pool, that have a lot of talent, and could continue to try to work on comps like we saw in game 1 and do a little bit better on the execution side.
Okay, bans coming in. Same bans on the blue side, but red side, we do see a small switch up here. Echo being banned, and that opens up the Hecarim here for the University of Ottawa Garnet. And the interesting thing is that I actually don't think they've been playing that much Hecarim. They do prefer the likes of that Echo, that Rengar, or even Kha'Zix here, but Gumby, not a big Hecarim fan.
Nope, not a big Hecarim fan indeed. Instead, Graves is going to be the pickup once again. That's a first pick Graves RMC. I mean, technically it's a flex, I guess, but like,
Yeah, to be fair, they did this in game 1 as well. They highly prioritized that Graves. And last game, not having that Graves, it kind of hurt them. Monka did incredibly well on this Graves as well. So understandable that they're picking it this early. And then the question is, what do they respond with here? The Aphelios, the first time this series, we're seeing ourselves a scaling style AD carry for York here. And honestly, this is more their style as I remember it. You put Logia on a late game carry, you put Sweet Tangerine on a team fighting style champion, and then trust them to win those later game team fights.
Already got the condition here for White Snow RMC with that powerful pick. Of course, could still be Gumby. We've on the Echo so far. He'll have to pick something different this game around, but oh boy, that is a very different look than we saw in game 1 and number 2. But what it does signal RMC skirmishing if you're the Viego and team fighting in general for these two picks.
Yeah, I mean, even for team fights, the Viego is going to do well as long as you can set up a lot of those bursts. Don't do the Teemo, man. We already had Teemo games. Okay, there we go. Kha'Zix being locked in. Okay, that fits the bill. I think Gumby has shown a lot of proficiency on assassin-style champions, though Kha'Zix is probably the riskiest of the assassin champions we've seen him play. Well, he's only played 2 games with Echo, and there is no escape button on this Kha'Zix. You go in, either you get the kill, and maybe you jump back out, or you're just dead to rights. They keep hovering the Ziggs, but yeah, I was going to say, Zeri is still up right now, and
the other Logia... Z champion.
Yeah, not the Ziggs here. And interesting to note, Peak Performance actually hasn't played that much Zeri, has preferred the Jinx and Aphelios here, but Logia prioritizing the Aphelios over the Zeri to me is a little bit interesting. I think you have more playmaking potential with the Aphelios, especially with Gravitum, Infernum, Rit White, things like that. But I do think that Zeri is more consistent, especially as we scale up later into the game.
Yeah, definitely is, I think, a more consistent pick. RMC is something we see at the highest levels, of course, in pro play. It's pretty much Zeri, Jinx, Caitlyn at this point in that bot lane meta. Just, again, the playmaking potential on the back end of any fights. It's like Ezreal Yuumi of old, but in one champion, right? You just run everyone down. Your playmaking is kind of untouched. But I think what the Aphelios does offer for a lot of players is tons of comfort, right? People have played this champion so much in the last couple of years. In any team fighting situation in which you have champions engaging on you, at this point, everyone knows how to play those out with Aphelios. Probably where some of this comes from Logia, where it gets awkward for that Aphelios, like you said, in terms of consistency. They got rage like we would have seen in game number 1 and 2. Oh boy, does things get awkward, because Aphelios really hates that kind of stuff. Speaking of rage, though, we got a couple bans coming through. That's Victor, one of the champions that would bother Aphelios in any sort of team fight. Silas, of course, has to be taken away for Sprinkler, and Tom Kench, the other ban away, as we once again see this bottom lane completed in phase one for the side of York Lions, and we still see Sprinkler going for counter picks, going for counter picks on the blue side here in phase two.
I mean, you could just pick up the Leona here on the side of University of Ottawa Garnet at this point here. I don't think Tom Kent is necessarily the strongest of supports, but keep in mind, this is Sprinkler, and I have no clue what Sprinkler wants to do half the time with their pickups here. And the Victor ban, DJ, that you mentioned there, I do think it's targeted at Sweet Tangerine, who definitely took over the game, absolutely punished Oni Akuma. Throughout the entire game, there was bursting out all the squishies. They need to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Kaisa's still available, RMC, although, Victor's off the table, so could still be an option here. We don't have a mid laner yet, but I feel like the comp not setting up as well for the Kaisa maybe as it was in games 1 and 2 at this point. So it will be a Braum locked in to partner with this area against the more aggressive duo of this Nautilus and Aphelios that can skirmish and engage in lane. And now we are just waiting or that mid lane pick. I like the Malphite RMC. That is one of the picks you can take into Aphelios to really ruin his day. Also gives them some extra tankiness, engage, and team fighting, which they have in spades at the moment. Now we need to see what U of Ottawa can come up with here. The final master stroke in this Game 5 ban. And they're just going to do it again. Back on to Kaisa for Oni Akuma. Definitely the weirdest situation for an Akaisa so far. But again, we know how strong it can be if it does get to that later game portion of the portion.
Gonna be honest, I'm not liking the Kaisa pick here. Kaisa is weak to hard engage, and when you see that Malphite on the other hand, it's very risky to pick this later on as well, because Malphite can just brute force a lot of these kills. And the Orianna, I really like this pick for Sweet Tangerine. I've seen him play it before. He's very good on it. And you've got easy ball delivery systems with that Malphite, with that Nautilus in lane as well. You can bully out that Kaisa, out-trade her, outrange her quite a bit here. So I think York University Varsity have just kind of gone back to their roots. They've dropped it an incredibly standard front-to-back engage style composition with that Viego to get resets, to get dives. And once again, University of Ottawa Garnet here, risky high damage composition, kind of squishy. And for the first time this series, actually, it's the first time this series? Yeah, I'm going to call it a meta support for Sprinkler here. Set isn't super out of left field, but isn't something that we've been seeing too much of. The Braum, though, very, very standard. And peak performance Sprinkler, they've been struggling in lane. Can they turn it around here?
Yep, that is a big question, RMC. And I have to say, if we're going to look at one lane, I think it's got to be White Snow, right? You look at every other lane, and I'm right with you that this Orianna, honestly, to me, like, it's kind of funny that this happened, because how many times have we seen Orianna picked R5 and like the community just goes like berserk, like, oh, great R5 counter pick, guys, you picked Orianna. What's going on? This one feels really good. Like, it feels really, really good. It is going to win lane against Kaisa, really bothersome to play into low range, and it just does set up nicely, glue together every part of this composition for the team fighting phase. So actually feels like a very good R5 Orianna pick this time around, and something that Sweet Tangerine can pilot to great success for this York Line squad. So my eyes for laning phase, with what we've been talking about, has to be on White Snow. He's the man that stomped in game number 1 in a matchup on this Graves. He's now got another preferential matchup against a Malphite. He should be able to at least pressure the lane, if not look for kills and or dives onto this pick, and try to remove it from the equation before the team fighting gets around.
Fully agree. I think if we're looking at lanes, White Snow is that one winning lane, or has a chance to win. I mean, into a Malphite, it's kind of a neutralizing lane for the most part. Malphite just going to ignore you, trade with you, and then leave lane eventually to join the rest of the team in grouping up and fighting. But the other one I'm keeping an eye on is Gumby, because Gumby was the pop-off player with the Echo, really forcing a lot of the action last game here. But like we said, the Kha'Zix, you don't have the panic or escape button, the whoops, I screwed up chrono break, right? Like your Kha'Zix goes in and you need to find kills on that. We've seen that Gumby sometimes overestimates the damage a little bit and can't quite finish the job. This time, if you don't finish the job, they finish you. And we've seen before, 5v4, York Varsity know how to push a lead when they get the kills, as long as they're not too high fee.
Certainly do. So we'll see if they can get that lead again. I think, as you highlighted, RMC, right, I'm looking at White Snow for the lane lead, for the lane pressure, but Further lane, I am definitely looking at York Lions to try to impress once again, to try to build those small leads. And then this time around, like game two, right, clean up that mid game, be ready for the team fights, and clean up the series in 2-1 fashion. I think the comp's a little bit easier to play. I think they should have the advantage, but we have already seen U of Ottawa know how to come down from deficit, know how to come down from back from lane leads. So I think anything's still on the table here as we get ourselves set for game three. And I'm super excited to see if they can get that upset win here today. Despite being 4-1, it would still be an upset against 5-0. And of course, would be a nice little measure of revenge against the York University squad who already lost their JV team. You can't be losing to both, RMC. Where the pride would be destroyed. They're right in the same region. Like, you lose to varsity and JV. How are you going to show your face around town?
Well, they're not technically in the same city, so not the end of the world. You know, one's in Toronto, the other's in Ottawa here, and you know you're laying up stakes here for the University of Ottawa, DJ. But York University varsity, I mean, they're in a similar situation. Not only would you lose your undefeated streak, but you have lost to a team that your JV team just beat as well. Wow. So that one feels kind of rough. And, you know, like we said, these are players who have made the Proving Ground circuit qualifiers before. They've made it out of the open qualifiers against some of the best teams amateur has to offer here. And then to come back to collegiate and not be able to win games here, well, that's a little bit rough as well. So I have no doubt these teams will be trying their best. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing them go at it, especially University of Ottawa Garnet. I think this is probably the most standard composition we've seen from them. And even that's with the qualifier that they did pick the Kaisa again. So yeah, I want to see them play a bit more standard, not rely on cheese. Can they pull it off?
Big questions abound as we are getting into game number 3 here. Same signs once again. U of Ottawa Garnet on that blue side. We got York Lions loading in onto the red side to decide this series, RMC. It's already been a night of 3-game series as you just got out of one, finally rounding out this one with another round of 3. We'll see. We got one more set after this, so we'll see if that one goes to 3 as well. It'll just be production who's stuck with the 3-game full series, the full series gauntlet.
Wait, do we have another series after this? I don't think so. I think
did. Do we not have an 11 tonight?
I think we are the 11 tonight with the way this series has gone, DJ. At least I'm not aware. You know, production, if you could please let us know if there is actually another series after this. Now, delayed invade coming out of University of Ottawa. I like this here. They will be able to clear out that ward. Does give that experience buff, but the invade will stop there. And only Akuma, peak performance, they are going to be able to spot out the ward that York are putting down near the Raptors.
And we got that aggressive ward near the Raptors that will spot out. Also one defensive ward placed by York Lions around their own red buff that will be spawning and taken here by Monk. And if we look at the counter vision, a ward placed in the river for Gumby Power. I think that's the only one that U of Ottawa have placed thus far. Actually, sorry, they got one in Tribrush. Make sure there's no Nautilus cheese. I can appreciate that one. I die a lot in that Tribrush. Doesn't really matter at silver, but I feel like it can matter at you know, Master Plus.
Yeah, I mean, we did after all see peak performance get caught, you know, in Tribush and stuff like that. So it definitely does. Well, actually, I say that, and then they went on to win the game, so maybe it doesn't matter as much up here in the Champions Division, but laning certainly does. And every single game before this, York have found advantages in the laning phase. Maybe not in every lane, but substantially across the team. The question is, can they continue to do so? I like that Logia is already laying down that poke in mid lane. Sweet Tangerine, we said this Orianna pick is strong. It's already showing that it trades well.
Should trade very well in this lane. Down a little bit on CS, but again, we'll see what those numbers look like in a couple minutes. Speaking about the junglers, right? We highlighted they could go to bot lane in game number 2. We highlighted they could go to bot lane in game number 1. Are they looking for this time around? RMC feels a little hard to gank a lot of these lanes. You have some setup in bot lane again, but really not really. You can't really look anywhere else until at least level 6.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be the bot lane. Where else are they looking? Maybe mid lane. You could try and cheese something here, but neither mid laner has really enough damage, and they're not trading hard enough right now to commit kills. So yeah, you can see all the pathing right now, full clear for both these junglers towards that bot side here. Monka pinging out potential vision here, and there was a ward because they left the lane, so Monka should know that gank probably not going to work out right now.
Yeah, you can see that ward just sitting there right outside of where this scuttle will spawn. Junglers right around the same point of their clear. It already belongs to the bot lane of U of Ottawa Garnet at the moment, but this lane clearly pushing out by the size of that wave being built up by Logia. And as we kind of expected here in the mid lane, Sweet Tangerine definitely has the push. The Scuttlebug, if Monka wants it, should be his. Might force Gumby Power to take that long walk to the top side Scuttle.
And that's why we're seeing Outstep as well as Logia pushing out this bot side right now. They want the agency, the priority to move into that mid lane to back up Monka on that Scuttle take. Oh, that hook might have been a bit of an overstep though.
Outstep in trouble, is burning down. He has to flash away. There's a nice route. Gravitum already available. Gumby Power takes a good chunk as well. Looking around here as Monka feels like this would be a bridge too far to try to gank this one at level 4 RMC, but the pressure can continue to mount onto
Oh,
boy,
found him!
Found him in the bush. One more on him. Do it flashing in
No,
the
the
heal.
heal!
Will keep him alive, and Monka for the second game in a row might have gone too far. Can Logia get in range for the heal? He tries to dash back in. He's not going to get it. He's going to go down. Monka for the second time in a row, caught between two turrets.
On that dive, and I don't fault him. I mean, it looks so juicy. Logia didn't have heal, and now they might have overcommitted. They're being punished, run down.
Ignite, popped, Outstep, trying to stay alive. There's the root, but there's the hook back in. Logia's so low. One more auto. Peek's gonna get it. It's the last auto from Outstep that will take him down in the trade. It's just wins in the bottom lane right now for U of Ottawa.
And the shoe is on the other foot this game, DJ. Before the okay, Andrew's fine. That was risky. But last game, Peak Performance kept dying and not picking up kills in their trades, and it kept going to Sprinkler. This game, Logia dies, and it's Outstep who picks up the kills. 2 kills to Peak Performance, and this is a Zeri. Zeri scales way harder, at least in the 1v1s and in the straight team fights, as we mentioned in draft before. So massive for the U of Ottawa bot lane.
Really big stuff from Peak Performance. Maybe going to show us a little bit. We saw that mid to late game Ezreal in game number 1 already with those 2 kills. Sheen is the first buy. That'll be feeling great to go up against the Noon Quiver that Logia has picked up. Wave Clear is going to be pretty easy here, but even better as the assist goes on to Gumby Power. Nothing gained from Monka again. He's barely ahead in clear. So then coming up a little bit spades for U of Ottawa. Got themselves a 600-ish goal lead, which isn't much for RMC, but it's really the first one we've seen at this stage in the game for them in this series.
Yeah, definitely. The early game has been York Varsities throughout the series, so this is a breath of fresh air. The question is, can you maintain it here? Logia Outstep. They're taking their time with this wave, letting it push into them here and setting up for Monka. There actually is no ward, but the moment that mist comes down, you can see Peak Performance Sprinkler back and right up here. They're not risking it, actually. They're moving back in because the fog's faded.
Fog has faded, so they know that Monka won't be around. He's headed towards that mid lane. So right about even. They are going to get a little frozen here, obviously, but they know they're not really under threat of a third person showing up, so the gauge still a little bit tricky. Outstep only level 4. You can see level 5 already ticked here for Sprinkler. Monka trying to set up, but the Shockwave gonna go wide. Nice little dash away from Oni, Akuma, and the potential play is routed.
Yeah, no flash burnt. Really not much used there, so really good fade away. The thing is, though, that sure, there's no Shockwave, but there's no need for the Shockwave anytime soon. York can take their time a little bit on these plays. As long as you're just stopping Gumby from taking objectives, you're good to go. And Oni Akuma is still going to continue struggling in this lane in the 1v1 here.
Falling back to a stable point for... It feels like one of the few moments in this entire series that we see bot lane just sitting here able to farm RMC, right? Logia is going to shove this wave in, but no junglers anywhere in the vicinity, meaning, wow, we can actually just get some minions, get a little gold in our back pocket. Sweet Tangerine going to get the comfort of this shadow as he does try to pick up his first base, but we can see that Gumby is going to walk right into this one. He'll get stunned up. Both level 6. He can just hop over the wall, though. He should be just fine. You can see Observer. They're already kiting away. They know how this ends.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that while Peak Performance got the early 2 kills on the bot side, Logia is back up again in terms of farm, in terms of pressure. This bot lane is just better right now in the 2v2, and with Sweet Tangerine regaining control of that mid lane as well here, Monka is freed up to power farm, even topside. Lacan doing a really good job topside. If Malphite is even in lane, Malphite is ahead in game.
Ooh, there are a lot of chakrams right now, but Logia loses the
Oh.
bonus chakrams as he goes back in. Critical timing for Sprinkler to stay alive. Also good use, of course, of his disengage. He was level 6, outstep not quite there, so the Glacial Fissure buys him some critical space and time to stay alive. As Lacan going back to that little bit of poke, as you mentioned, this lane going very well for Lacan, staying even, has his ultimate available already, and again, we don't really need to watch a lot of this. Nobody's really going to die up here. It's more about how many advantages White Snow can get with his pressure, and to this point, hasn't been much.
Directed Cam is a top laner and will keep going back up there. I mean, there's not a lot of kill threat from Lacan right now without jungle pressure, but White Snow could certainly try and pull something off. They'll get actually eating a turret shot, and backup has arrived.
Flash into the slow from the E. Gumby going on in, and you can see they're leaving Logia for dead. He's going to get some heals off of that Moonlight Vigil, but he is surrounded. He is taken down. Peak will pick up the kill. There's going to be some farm traded. A plate or two will be picked up by Sweet Tangerine. But some nice gold in the back pocket of an already strong indie carry.
Yeah, and the way they collapsed as well, because there were multiple wards in the bush from both sides, they could kind of match at peak performance. No!
Oh, no, buddy. That's a big shutdown that goes on the Monka's
Oh, they can
back
turn
pocket,
now.
And now the Dragon's under threat. Monka can just go over. Good smite just in time for Gumby to get out, but boy, was that scary for Ottawa.
Yeah, if Monka had managed to find another kill, get the resets rolling, it would have been lights out potentially. But as it stands, the game continues being dead even, and first Dragon picked up by University of Ottawa. That's going to feel real nice here. Outstep, what are you looking for? There's no one to back you up. Logia just got back to lane, and Monka is doing scuttle right now.
They are now looking for the support. The pings are down onto Sprinkler. He is going to get hooked up, but he has a big shield. I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah.
Santa Brom here. Problems. He's going to jump back in, though. Glacial Fissure landing on outstep. He gets knocked up by the depth charge, and the support's going to walk away as Monka rolls on in, announces his presence with that E. Means Peak has to head for the hills, and with a very low support, kind of hard to stay under this turret as well. That could mean quite a bit of plate damage for an even extended farming gold lead for Logia.
Okay, no Heartbreaker available for Monka here is actually pretty critical. If they did have it, I'd be worried about a dive, but as it stands, he's just going to stand there and soak up the plate gold for the most part. Why not? I mean, Viego does kill very, very well. Sweet Tangerine going to eat another turret shot. I feel like we keep looking, like that most of the chip damage right now in this mid lane onto Sweet Tangerine is being done by turrets when he oversteps.
Yep, just trying to get that pressure down like he did in Game 2 in the matchup. Doing it again in Game 3. He's 20 CS up, RMC, so definitely kind of thing we want to see. You can see how annoying this is for Akuma, that QW taking almost half of his HP bar, basically, making it very hard to farm. And he's going to get Shockwave flashing away. 2 turret shots will come in onto Sweet Tangerine. Again, there's that chip damage you were talking about, meaning he'll have to walk away as well, but he'll do it some to the good. And oh boy, Gumby. Not a 1v1 I think you want, buddy. That's a lot of damage already down. He's got to hop on. He's just going to get broken with the ultimate from Monka. Beautiful stuff from the York Lions jungler. And there's no HP on Akuma. They've got to back away.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Monka's going around the side here, has the flash available, but okay, Sprinkler able to dissuade for now. That's still another plate, and Sweet Tangerine just grinding away at this mid lane right here. This is why I really like the Ori pick, even though it was R5, and if you think it's scary now, DJ, just wait till it gets unleashed into team fights. White Snow? I say.
A little bit too far away, little bit there for White Snow to be taken down by the combination. He is already, I wouldn't say tanky, but he's got a little bit of lifesteal already. Just didn't feel like it was worth it there for Lacan. And again, it doesn't really need to force it, right? Things going pretty well for York Lions at the moment. Yeah, they're 3-3 in kill score, but they have turned this one around from those early kills. They've got themselves a 2K gold lead, and they've got the team fighting comp now over outstep. Maybe slightly overstep. Nope, he'll just waddle on out of there with those big iron legs. And again, York Lions going to be feeling very comfortable with how this game state is playing out at the moment.
Yeah, mid lane, Oni Akuma teleporting back in, greeted by a command dissonance to the face here, but Sweet Tangerine should know that he's in a bit of a dicey situation.
Mid jungle, Shockwave not quite available. It's up in a couple seconds, RMC, and that's the only thing that keeps Gumby power alive there. See, this Kha'Zix is a little bit behind, and that is causing problems already with the Kraken Slayer is Monk. We don't yet have that mythic. on Gumby Power. Now, White Snow's trying to do something about it. Shockwave is still here. He's going to flash in. Try not to respect it. He's going to get ignited. He's going to go down the smite. Is there enough?
The Raptors!
Yes, it's the shutdown for the support. Sprinkler, usually all about the water. This time he's bringing the fire.
You can take him off the set. It doesn't even
okay.
matter.
Yeah,
Yep.
ouch.
Okay.
Ooh, wow. Ooh, ouch.
That's the combo we're talking about.
You were saying something about Kaisa struggling into hard CC before the game started.
Yeah.
Exhibit A, if I may.
Rock solid CC right there. And even if Oni Akuma didn't die right there, that mid lane turret's probably going to drop anyways because Sweet Tangerine was just going to shove right back out there. So really, really rough to see. And this is the problem, right? The Khan is starting to leave lane, has picked up that turbo chem tank as well to move a little bit faster. And White Snow, great. You got the assist. Great. You're sort of winning the 1v1. But what happens when they're unlocked? 2 turrets down now for the side of the University of Ottawa here. This is when York gets dangerous. This is when they need to or should be starting to look to group up a bit more.
Also, by the way, I must say RFC, because we've seen this before in a couple of Proving Grounds games, particularly in spring. I think we actually might have casted one or talked about one. That was a full turret at 14 minutes that was taken down by Logia. That is a lot of gold on an Aphelios. That usually does not end well for the team that gives that amount of gold to the Aphelios.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I am going to put the caveat that let's not forget Game 1 was an 11,000 gold deficit. The skilling is still strong for University of Ottawa, so I won't count them out yet. But York has been playing more respectfully in Game 2 and so far in Game 3. So if they continue keeping this up now, it is going to be worrying for University of Ottawa because it feels like while, sure, they're even in kills, the kills for York mean more. They're finding more with it. They're finding turrets. They're finding dragons. They're finding heralds. And speaking of heralds, Monka still is holding a herald right here. So you could use it to crack an inner turret if you want.
Herald is still available. Walking down towards this mid lane, RMC threatening as if they want to, trying to. Oh wait, Oni, buddy, that was not a great blast cone, and I think he's just gonna get punished for it.
Yep.
Just goes down. There's the Heartbreaker as well, the Soul Steal, and that could just be the mid lane tier 2 turret going down. They're not even gonna drop the Rift for this one. RMC still available.
Oh, the Shockwave
onto 2. Moonlight Visual follow-up. Gumby so very low. There's another kill. One more auto will do it. They're just piling it on. It's classic Viego, classic team fighting, and classic York Lions. Peak wants to do something about him, but Peak disrespecting the crits coming through from Logia, flashing in with the ignite from Outstep. No! It's just the tick down. You hate to see it, RMC, unless you're a fan of York Lions. Oni going back in with the ultimate, but he's in the midst of 4 members at the moment. TP comes out. White Snow's in trouble. Outstep, beautiful outplay with the stopwatch. Oni will pick up a kill in return, but can he even escape? There's the speed up. There's the slowdown. Goodbye, Oni Akuma. And it feels like it's all falling apart for Ottawa.
That is effectively a delayed ace, DJ, for the side of York University. And they were tied neck to neck, 4-4, and then out of nowhere, 10-5 now. And they took down an inhibitor turret, most notably not the inhibitor. So no free gold streaming in the mid lane for University of Ottawa, but an exposed inhibitor instead. Top and bot now very, very vulnerable to getting ganked, to getting dove from behind.
That was a huge play from the York Lions. RMC, we could really see what this squad can do now in games 2 and 3. Now the big question, right? We remember game 1. Yes, it's not the same comp as game 1. They have so many tools this time around. They feel much more in control, but it's still there. Fresh in the back of our mind with this 7K gold lead in game number 3. But if this looks more like game 2, more like that control, and this will be a very convincing way to turn around the series for York. And they're trying to get on the Logia, but he's got help. Gale Force away. Here's the playmaking. That's just beautiful. It's too far for White Snow, and it's beautifully punished by Logia. Okay, flash in, and okay, yep, nope, great sidestep. Tangerine feels like, okay, York Lions, they've got their confidence now, RMC. Yep. It feels like they are dancing around. It feels like they're smurfing. I can feel their smiles behind their screens. 1,000 miles away here in Chicago. They are having fun. They are enjoying themselves, and they're looking to close out this series.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to see a repeat of game one at this point. They are actually grouping up a lot more effectively this time, and you can see it when they're grouped up. It's just so difficult for University of Ottawa to find anything here. The ability for them to kite the CC they have is absolutely monumental. As I say that, though, Sweet Tangerine is not with the rest of the team, and that is the Shockwave. That is the big team fight tool here. Not quite there. No one's answering, though, so that's free farm going into Oriana's pocket.
Yep, does still have TP, and you can see that ward hanging out there just to the right of your screen. So it wouldn't be immediate, but they would have it eventually. And fearlessly here, they will just hop onto the second Rift Herald. They got about a minute to take it down. Should not be a problem. There's 4 of them surrounding it, covering the choke points into that area. They'll get that second Rift as well, and that could just be more turret damage, RMC, to an already very open map. I mean, look at that turret count. 5 of them already gone. All 3 in mid, 2 in the top lane, or 1 in the top lane, 1 in the bot lane. This Rift Herald gonna take another one here in top lane. So that lane's wide open, mid lane's wide open. We're just waiting for that bot lane tier 2 to fall, and this is feeling like a very bare open desert practically in their own half of the map for University of Ottawa.
Yeah, and they escort the minion wave in perfectly timed as well. They're trying to answer, but they can't get behind Shelly. Shelly gets the charge off just barely there, and that is another inhibitor turret on the verge of falling. Like you said, bot side really the only side with a turret standing outside their base, and I can only assume that York's going to quickly rectify that.
Okay, Outstep does get his base interrupted, but this is the Chad support Outstep. This is 3-0-4 Outstep, who, mind you, you think I'm joking?
Oh.
You want to say okay? Hold on, he's about to die. He does have flash coming up in about
doesn't have
15
it yet.
seconds. He does not have it yet, and the Chad Outstep, yeah, that's a caster curse I've ever seen one, RMC, because I was just about to say he's got a lost chapter that he just built in Everfrost, and that's the chattiest move I've ever seen. But you know, every Chad must fall to the ground at one point or another.
Yeah, I don't know about that much, Eva. I mean, Everfrost, to be fair, they have been finding picks, and they are pretty strong, so I guess it's kind of worth sacrificing for. I would actually almost like to see a Zhonya's come through first. For Outstep before we see the Everfrost, but I assume that's going to be.
I feel like Really Big Meme would have something to say to you about being mind controlled into going Zhonya's first there, RMC.
Okay, so I agree. I've had conversations with Hayden about this on desk before, but basically the reason why I actually think the Zhonya's is going to be good here is because if we look at the way York are playing their fights, they're fast and they're vicious. You don't need the tankiness to survive a long time. You just need to survive the important phase while your team fights it out. And then, hey, if your team loses, as Outstep, your job is to buy time for them to escape anyways, so that's perfectly fine. And besides, you already blew the stopwatch, so it's taking up inventory space. Now, vision cleared out, instant Baron, and University of Ottawa suspect it's happening, but they are not there in time, and Baron's already gone.
Hello and goodbye, says Baron Nashor to Summoner's Rift, and once again, 5 members of York Lions. The Pride is working together now, RMC, to walk away with this buff. Outstep taking a bit of a greedy path once again, but this time the Dredge Line going to outplay the Glacial Fissure and Outstep with yet another one in this game 3.
And they have to be so careful now for University of Ottawa that they don't have that disengage ultimate here. You could see Outstep was looking to be that ball delivery system. If it had landed, instantly peak performance probably did here. They're trying to brute force this, but the poke from Oni Akuma is good. Manamune hasn't fully converted yet, so it's not hard chunking, but still, if you can land those, the cooldown's low enough that it builds up.
Remember, this inhibitor is open, though, RMC, meaning they don't have a lot of resistance as they walk into the base here. This is just a naked one, and it's going to go down. They are trading in the top side. You see White Snow just took down the tier 1 turret. He's getting to work on the tier 2. Trying to count on not enough base destruction to make this worthwhile for York. They're taking their time here with this inhib, waiting for the next wave, I suppose, to crash in. And it's just all 5. You can see the flank trying to clear the wave now from Gumby Power. He's not going to clear it all. He's not even going to clear one. He's going to drag the wave at the very least and drag some members. Dodges the stun. That's well done. Now it will push back in, and they're buying quite a bit of time here, RMC. White Snow still creating an angle on the top side of the map. There's the flash engage into the combo. Goodbye, Akuma. 2 kills Will's already down, and now it's all on to Peak Performance. But there's the counterplay. The depth charge comes in, slows him down. He still is proccing. He's still speeding up. Outstep gets the heal. Peak kiting away. One more auto would take him down, but they can't quite get. He's still a little bit too quick. White still goes down. He TP's back in. There's the reset. Monka will go down, but he gets a second kill as he does, and now it's all on Peak TP to come back into the base. There's the flash in from Sweet Tangerine, and you can run as fast as you can, but you cannot escape from this gingerbread man. It's gonna be York Lions cleaning up the game, cleaning up the series in reverse sweep fashion. RMC to stay perfect at 6-0 here in the NECC.
DJ, York University varsity lose one game to give them hope there. And this game 3, it felt like they were kind of like, okay, enough, guys. We're tired. Let's wrap it up. End the evening here. They look so much cleaner. And even in that last Nexus push, I was getting so worried for them. Gumby power, great cut of those minions, the entire wave actually, because they weren't escorted in. There wasn't a Baron buff, but even with them buying time, even with White Snow pushing there, it just wasn't enough. And Malphite hard engage, just too good, man. Peak performance, great Zeri play at the end. You know, kited for an amazingly long time, made things look kind of close, but just too little, too late. It feels like.
Yeah, just a little bit here. York Lions showing their true colors here in game 2 and 3 after the game 1 fumble following a great early game, and showing why they are that undefeated team at the top of the standings, and making sure, most importantly of all, that their JV team does not have anything over them going into this week of school, RSC. So well played there to York Lions. A great series for them, a good series as well, of course, from U of Ottawa to take a game. Not quite enough on the night, and of course, I was mistaken earlier. It is our last series of the night here at the NECC. So we did at least end on a very exciting full 3-game series. RMC, you've gone the gauntlet here tonight for a full 6 games. So I want to thank you again for joining me. It's a pleasure, as always, bringing the excitement with you. And of course, a big thank you to our producers behind the scenes here, Peta and Narwhals, for bringing you all the action. But that will wrap it up for us here on the NECC. So for all of us, at the organization, we hope you have enjoyed the games. We hope you've enjoyed the series and the night, and we hope you also have a wonderful, wonderful night. See you later.